This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
Late night shadows, thoughts creeping in. Mirror talk, reflections where I've been. The weight of words, history in my skin. Break the chain, let a new life begin. CT Fletcher in the gym of my mind. I command you to grow, leave the past behind. Stack greens, build dreams, stay aligned. Pages turning, money off books I design. Stop saying that, start saying that we get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher. Kale in a blender, wisdom on a plate. Feel the tempo, elevate the state. Write the scripts, pen sharper than fate. From the struggle to the stars, recalibrate. Power in the tongue, so watch what you speak. Roots in the soil, but I'm reaching the peak. Legacy in motion, everywhere you need. From the block to the boardroom. Technique, stop saying nothing, start saying that we get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher. Magnetism and progression, magnificent obsession. Magnetism and progression. Stop saying nigga, start saying that you. It's still your set, let's get better. Keys drop heavy like thoughts in the ether. Prayers rise quick, make the cosmos a speaker. I command you to grow, lift the weight of the measure. Still your mother loving set, call it CT Fletcher. Roots in the ground, but the crown's for the taker. Stop saying nigga, start saying creator. Magnificent, my focus sharp as a cleaver. Obsession to build, ain't no space for deceiver. Stretch, breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seed, I command you to grow. Stop saying nigga, start saying that you. We get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher.
Stack bricks, mental temples in the making. Every thought of prayer, every move is awakened.
Baseline stomping like feet in the gym. Sweat drip, grind hard, let the light seep in. Magnets for miracles, the pool's undeniable. Face my currency, spirit's reliable. It's not just a vibe, it's a whole resurrection. Stop saying nigga, start saying perfection. Stretch, breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seed, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher. Late night shadows, thoughts creeping in. Mirror talk, reflections where I've been. The weight of words, history in my skin. Break the chain, let a new life begin. CT Fletcher, in the gym of my mind. I command you to grow, leave the past behind. Stack greens, build dreams, stay aligned. Pages turning, money off books I design. Stop saying nigga, start saying nigga. We get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher, oh. Kale in the blender, wisdom on the plate. Fuel the temple, elevate the state. Write the scripts, pen sharper than fate. From the struggle to the stars, recalibrate. Power in the tongue, so watch what you speak. Roots in the soil, but I'm reaching the peak. Legacy in motion, everywhere you need. From the block to the boardroom, technique. Stop saying nigga, start saying that we get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher.
I didn't think it would happen.
They stay trolling.
Magnificent obsession, magnetism and progression. Stop saying nigga, start saying that ya. It's still your set, let's get better. Keys drop heavy like dogs in the ether. Prayers rise quick, make the cosmos a speaker. I command you to grow, lift the weight of the measure. Still your mother loving said, call it CT Fletcher. Roots in the ground, but the crown's for the taker. Stop saying nigga, start saying creator. Magnificent, my focus sharp as a cleaver. Obsession to build, ain't no space for deceivers. Stretch, breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seeds, I command you to grow.
Stop saying nigga, start saying nature.
We get better. CT Fletcher, it's still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher. Stack bricks, mental temples in the making. Every thought of prayer, every move is awakening. Baseline stomping like feet in the gym. Sweat drip, grind hard, let the light seep in. Magnets for miracles, the pull's undeniable. Face my currency, spirit's reliable. It's not just a vibe, it's a whole resurrection. Stop saying nigga, start saying perfection. Stretch and breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seeds, I command you to grow.
Stop saying nigga, start saying nature.
We get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher. Yeah.
All right. All right. So we had to deal with that. Stop saying N-word. Start saying nature. We get better. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. Yo, the Beatles be hard at work in the studio. The Beatles dropped a whole album from Jamaica, a whole dance hall reggae soundboy ting that for my man M4. Yeah, they dropped a whole little thing that, you know what I'm saying? The Beatles is at work, man. All right, so let's get busy with the get busy, right? So we're going to start, I believe, listen, I'm be honest. if we go back, I mean, I know that's not the conversation. So I ain't even trying to make that the conversation, but you know that there's really no such thing as Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? In the same way that there's really no such thing as Haitian. And there's a time period, and it's evidenced by the Haitian Revolution that the Haitians and the Jamaicans didn't necessarily see themselves as different people. You know what I'm saying? But I get it though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. So if we go to the what you doing popping up? Oh, I feel like I need to burp, but it ain't like I need to be burped. Is this it? Okay, yep, this is it. Okay, so if we go to the syllabus draft. Oh wow, I'm in the wrong book. Wow. Yeah, see? I'm slipping. I got this book in my hand. Why do I have this book in my hand? See, this y'all done got me tripping. This ain't even the book we supposed to have. I know why I have this in my hand though. I think Peyton said something in the chat. It made me pick this up. Let me see. Am I smoking crack? Oh man, I didn't even see this super chat. Wow. Forever grateful and thankful for your super chats and support of the books, the site, and everything that it is that we doing here, brother. Oh, my man said excited to receive my order. Let me put this up for the people, because I done injured myself and everything. Let me show y'all what happened. Oh man, Amara McCarthy just called me. Let me show y'all this. I'm trying to lift this pallet and move this pallet over. I done messed up my knee. Let me show y'all this pallet. So I gotta order stuff off the pallet. Let me show y'all this. How do I do this? Second. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who's been patiently waiting for their orders. I didn't have certain supplies. Yeah, I ran out of some stuff. Yeah, they just came and just plopped this joint anywhere. They just came and plopped that joint anywhere. So, of course, the Franks and the bubble wrap is not heavy. They were like, yo, Inky said he got injured on Franks and bubble wrap. The Franks and the bubble wrap is obviously not heavy. But that pallet with all them bottles, all that glass, all them bottles is heavy. Yeah. So that's what people's waiting for. People's waiting for Chef Boyar Inky to package up some stuff. I had to package. I need some bottles and some stuff, some supply stuff. that I can't necessarily get from a quick turnaround, like a quick, like an overnight Amazon joint. I had to get the truck and bring that stuff. They bring that stuff on a pallet. So anyway, I got it. So stuff will start hitting doorsteps shortly. No. We good. Fresh air and clean water. We're not dead. We good. So, but yeah, now I know exactly how I got into the wrong book. Because Peyton said, what did Peyton say? Peyton said something. Was that Paul? No, I think that was Peyton. I can't even find it. He said something about F around and find. Oh, here you go. Yeah, that's what made me pick up the wrong book. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. That right there is what made me pick up the wrong book, put the wrong book in my hand, right? We should be in this book, right? We should be in this book. But actually, tonight I'm going to just take my time, if y'all don't mind, and maybe go through the 2 introductions. Yeah. We'll get through the 2 introductions. Yeah, we'll go through the 2 introductions. I'm going to start with the introduction that Peyton was actually talking about. I think it's apropos, right? So we are actually going to start out with the introduction from this, and then we're going to move to the introduction of the Black's Anatomy book that we'll be in for the next 10 weeks. And tomorrow, I think we'll jump back over to, I think tomorrow we'll get at least 1 class in from Melanin is Anabolic. I think I was going to do that tonight, but I didn't want to jump there tonight. I want to get this started. At least get the show on the road, right? And we'll probably do some 2-a-days. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get busy with the get busy. We'll pick up the pace. But this is 52 weeks. So this is a workout. This is going to be 52 weeks. And of course, I want to get the 52 weeks done in, maybe 30 or 40 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So what is that? 30 weeks. Yeah, maybe 6-7 months. Between 6 to 8 months, try to get the whole 52 weeks in. All right. So anyway, the founding of the Forensics Netcheru Detective Academy. The Forensics Netcheru Detective Academy was founded to teach humanity how to investigate and articulate Netcheru law, the living dynamic code that governs every force of nature through the discipline of forensics. So obviously, what I'm doing is replacing the word natural with Netcheru, right? So that was something that you saw in the debate. For the people who haven't seen the debate, let me bring that up real quick so we can kind of get a better perspective on what it is that I'm talking about. And it doesn't seem crazy. Where is that? Oh, there you go. Boom. Okay. I just want to compare these and show why we have swapped out one thing for the other. Right? One thing for the other. The reason why we swapped out one for the other is using the term nature strips the intelligence from the forces that that have created and that our universes that matter is formed from, right? So by switching the word nature with natural, we just simply add back in information. We add back in pattern. Pattern is a result of information. And pattern takes information to recognize. And it is not only a foundation of intelligence, it's actually a part of the way our brains are wired, because obviously our brains are designed through and by these universal forces, right? So that's all we're doing with swapping out nature for nurture, right? That is all we're doing by swapping out nature for nurture, is adding in some intelligence, right? Which is what we're doing studying. We're trying to add in some intelligence, right? All right. So natural law, right? Natural law, the living dynamic code that governs every force of nature through the discipline of forensics. And we have a definition of forensics. Forensics comes from the Latin word forensis, meaning of the forum. In ancient Rome, the forum was the public square, the place where arguments, trials, and proofs were held. So I want you to understand, even what y'all saw, the spectacle of the debate, the pre-debate arguments, the post-debate arguments, all of those things are a part of the original term of forensics. I know that a lot of us has seen TV and we're watching, what is that show? CSI. We're watching the cop shows, the CSI shows and all that. So we have an idea of forensics that's kind of rooted in scientifically collecting evidence and DNA and hair samples and blah, 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 which I'm not saying is incorrect or not the definition of forensics, but I'm just taking you back to the root, right? Because the root of forensics is not only about collecting evidence in a scientific way, but it's also about being able to elucidate or articulate your evidence, your theories, your ideas, in a concrete, in a concrete, solid way, which includes arguments and debate, right? So again, forensic comes from the Latin forensis, meaning of the forum. In ancient Rome, the forum was the public square, the place where arguments, trials, and proofs were held. To be forensic was to think publicly, to make a case that could stand before your peers, the gods, or the kings. Truth wasn't private opinion. It was the result of evidence, reason, and the courage to present it in the open. I want y'all to make sure we get that part. In this way, forensics, right? Forensics was to think publicly, to make a case that could stand before peers, gods, or kings. The same way Paul came into medicine and put that thing together, right? Paul put that thing together. Inky was on trial, and man, my public defender, I can't even keep calling him public defender at that point. Like, he came in like Johnny, he was the top, he was an attorney. He was an attorney, right? Yeah. I knew I was gonna get him. Look at that. He like that. Yeah, my man was a barrister. Yeah. He done went from public defender to lawyer to attorney to barrister, and just like that. My man Paul is a full-fledged barrister out in these streets. Sidebar, Paul, you might need to get to work for this Tuesday coming up, just saying. All right. In this way, forensics and Ma'at share a heartbeat. Both are rooted in the pursuit of balanced truth. To be a forensic detective of natural law means to follow the scent of coherence, to expose what aligns with natural order and what reeks of ignorance. To expose what aligns with natural order and what reeks of ignorance. Science and detection are twins. Every researcher tracing a molecular pathway is a detective following tracks in the dust. Every engineer deducing a system's failure is reconstructing a crime scene of entropy. The only difference is the evidence. Instead of blood and footprints, we study charge gradients, isotopes, light spectra, reaction intermediates, the fingerprints of the gods written in energy. Pure madness. That's all I can say. Pure madness at its finest. Hold on, let me do this. Let me do this in a way. What I'm looking for. Let's go dates. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find something for y'all. All right, boom. I command you to go. I'm trying to see if I could find the file so I could put this on the screen. Nope, this ain't it. It's definitely not it, but that's around the 26. I should have. No, that's not it. Oh, here you go. Boop. Is that you? Is that you right there? That's you right there. There you go. Why was you hiding? Snuggled all deep into the joint right there. Okay. I think this will help if everybody could follow along, even the people that don't have books. Oh my goodness. Screen sharing was canceled. Make sure you click share on the mode and not on the cancel. Yo, how is we having another one of these nights? Chill. This is crazy. Let me see something. My screen share is on the fritz again. Let me close some windows and see if I can get some clarity. Help my computer out real quick. The site will be able to see the contents of your screen. This is ice cold. I can't believe StreamYard is acting up. Let me see something. This is wow. They done disabled my screen share. Play American Healer theme while we wait. I don't know if we waiting any longer. I guess I gotta keep going out of the book. This is crazy. I try to put it on the screen so y'all can follow along because I know some people don't have the books. But it's all good. We'll work with the books. All right. The only difference is the evidence. Instead of blood and footprints, we study charge gradients, isotopes, light spectra, reaction intermediates, the fingerprints of the gods written in energy. Yet the word scientist is modern. It didn't exist in Greek or Latin. It was coined in 1833 by a Cambridge philosopher, William Whewell, William Whewell, who needed a label for the emerging class of practitioners of experiments. That's a very important piece to understand about science. William Whewell came up with the term scientists for people who practiced experiments. So technically, if you don't practice experiments, you would not be considered a scientist. Not by my definition, but by the originator of the person who created the term. Very important caveat. Anyway, before that, great investigators of nature were called natural philosophers, those who sought to know the laws of creation through reflection and observation. Newton called himself a natural philosopher. Faraday was an experimenter. Darwin ironically called himself a naturalist. Only later did scientists become synonymous with the disciplined detective of nature, one who reconstructs hidden mechanics from physical signatures. The problem is that the modern scientist became too proud to smell. He traded intuition for instrumentation and forgot that science literally means to know. He upholds a creed that knowing is unimportant, that belief, probability, and consensus are enough. We reject that creed. At the FND Academy, we believe the tongue is sharper than the sword, for words define evidence and evidence defines law. We hold that ignorance can arrest your development, while the world's current creed claims ignorance drives your development. We train detectives of the divine current, thinkers who follow the scent of the Neteru, the Elohim, the cosmic forces that sculpt the universe. The Neteru are not distant gods. They are the archetypes of reality itself. Gravity, light, magnetism, electricity, hydrogen flow, water memory, sound pressure. The detective's duty is to uncover their signatures in every cell, every atom, every crime scene of existence, and to prove that creation is still ongoing, still conscious, still just. Our creed is simple. If it doesn't pass the smell test, it doesn't pass. In Kemet, the nose, FND, the nose was the gate of life where the breath of the gods enters the body and where a being proves it's alive. Air itself was the domain of Shu, the god who holds up the sky. To receive Shu meant to breathe again. So texts blessed the dead with sweet breath to the nostrils and asked the north wind to cool and revive them. Temples treated scents as divine food, burning incense, and incense is known as saneter, a word that visually and sonically echoes neter, God. So the God statue could breathe offerings through its nose just as the people do. In the opening of the mouth rite, priests touch the mouth and nostrils of a mummy or statue to reawaken the senses, restoring the power to breathe, smell incense, speak truth, and take in offerings, the whole circuit of being present amongst the living. Perfumes, Kaifi, and fragrant oils weren't cosmetic first. They were breaths for the gods, proof of purity, and a signal that Ma'at, order and truth, was in the air. So when Egyptians carved faces with wide, precise nostrils or wrote down blessings to your nose, they were marking the spot where life, purity, and divinity met. The nose is the little temple on the face, the doorway for spirit, the place a god recognizes its image by the sweetness of the breath. Every great investigator, from the priest of Ma'at to the quantum biologist, follows the same principle. Trust the nose. The nose knows voltage, chemistry, emotion, deception, ozone, fear. It is the first witness at every scene of creation. That is why the emblem of the FND is the fine nose of truth, because the Forensics Neteru Detective Academy doesn't worship ignorance, it prosecutes it. In our court, Ma'at is the only law. The warrant and charter of the Forensics Neteru Detective Agency, preamble. Let it be known throughout all fields of matter and mind that the Forensics Neteru Detective Agency is hereby constituted as a body of lawful inquirers into the true operations of nature, those eternal statutes by which the cosmos conducts itself. Our charter is not of monarchy, nor of creed, but of observation, logic, sacred evidence. Where others rest content with stories of chance, we follow the scent of law. Where others invite myths of randomness, we prosecute falsehood with data, pattern, and symmetry. The Necharu, the divine forces of order, resonance, and reoccurrence, are the original legislators of reality. Their decrees are written in hydrogen and light, in motion and code. Fine detectives are not priests of superstition, nor apostles of probability. They are attorneys of the elements, prosecutors of ignorance, and defenders of coherence. We hold that no law of nature may contradict itself, and that every origin, every mechanism, every life must bear a trial of evidence leading back to the first cause. We investigate that trail. The 100 statutes of inquiry. Each statute is a recorded deficiency in the current jurisprudence of material origins, a documented case file where the reigning doctrine of chance fails to meet the standard of evidence. These statutes are not accusations, they are charges of incompleteness. They are the open cases of creation, unsolved, unverified, and unproven, where the official record declares evolution did it. We demand Exhibit A. Where the textbook says spontaneous generation occurred, we subpoena the experiment. Until those proofs are delivered, these 100 statutes remain active warrants in the court of natural law. Now, hold on for a second. I command you to grow. C.T. Fletcher. All right. The 100 statutes are most specifically outlined in books 2 and 3. Just for, yeah. Okay. So in book 2, we have the questions, the statutes, if you will, beginning on page 69. Right? Beginning on page 69. We're not going to go through those now. No, it's too much. Right? But that's in book 2. Right? Book 2, you have the complete list of the 100 statutes. Right? All right. Blah, 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 blah. The founders of the FND affirm that knowledge is sacred property and ignorance is criminal negligence. That every experiment is testimony, every data set a witness, and every anomaly an oath of revelation. To investigate is to worship the Necharu, for truth is the highest incense. Our detectives proceed not with bias, but forensic rigor, collecting, cross-examining, falsifying, reconstructing, and publishing. Every molecule, every fossil, every ribosome is a scene of inquiry, a clue left by law itself. The doctrine of evidence. The 100 statutes divide into 3 domains of law: the chemical code, the biological machine, and the historical record. The chemical code is the missing chain from inert matter to life. The biological machine, or the evolutionary mechanism, is the unsolved assembly of coordinated systems. The historical record is the testimony of form through time, our fossil and phylogenetic evidence. Across all three, the verdict is consistent. Insufficient evidence for self-organization by randomness alone. The prosecution calls upon the field of nature itself to testify that order begets order and law begets law. The duty of the detective: you must study Black's anatomy, build your knowledge and sharpen your sword. You need to craft your arguments. Your ability to teach depends on it. Each FND detective swears the oath of inquiry. I shall pursue every law of nature to its root. I shall not worship theory, but evidence. I shall treat every molecule as witness and every signal as a statement. I shall not rest until coherence is restored between stories and fact. I shall follow the scent wherever it leads, even into the dark. We use the nose as our sigil, the FND, because truth emits a fragrance all on its own. Falsehood stinks. Corruption reeks. Every lie leaves an odor of decay. The detective of natural law must be trained to smell beyond language and beyond numbers, to catch the ozone of deceit and the perfume of revelation. The statutory claim: no valid demonstration exists for the spontaneous assembly of a self-replicating cell from plausible prebiotic feedstocks. The ribosome remains an orphan of chemistry, no verified ancestral path, no mechanical precursors. The genetic code machine circularity persists as an unbroken logical paradox. The Ein era threshold forbids blind assent to large information stores without prior fidelity control. Chirality, membrane compatibility, and metabolic coupling remain unsolved as a triad of origin. Complex molecular machines, i.e., ATP synthase, the spliceosome, the flagellum, the protosome, exhibit irreducible codependence. Deep phylogenetic signal erosion and methodological circularity confound reconstruction of ancient lineage. The fossil record presents abrupt emergence and morphological stasis inconsistent with unbroken gradualism. The code creation problem remains unsolved. No known physical process can produce a symbol system from inert matter. Educational institutions, in declaring these open cases settled, commit intellectual malpractice. And so on through the 100, each a case file stamped unresolved. The mission: the F&D agency exists to uphold Hep and Ma'at, the law of truth. We prosecute falsehood in public forum, not to destroy, but to purify. Our laboratories are our courtrooms. Our microscopes are the witness stands. Our verdicts are empirical. Our methods transparent. And our aim is eternal: to restore coherence between creation and comprehension. This charter stands as both a warrant and an oath: a warrant to investigate and an oath to never close a case before the evidence breathes. The Forensics Natural Detective Agency declares that the universe itself is a living archive of divine law, and that every unsolved mechanism is an unopened scroll. The case is ongoing. The scent is strong. The detective is awake. Forensics is beyond surgical. We must put Darwin and his followers on trial. We must put them on trial with forensics, Ma'at, math level evidence. Okay, so that's the intro in the second Black's Anatomy book, right? So that gives an idea of what the study is, what the course is going to be, what the course is going to be about in terms of investigating, not like typically in a naturopathic course, like the rest of our classes, right? We're discussing something specific, in regards to like health, right? So whether it's diabetes, heart disease, or building muscle, losing fat, hydration, or something to that effect. The Black's Anatomy course will be more based on what the human body is, how the systems of the human body actually work based on the up-to-date information we have, right? Not the information that was available in 1765. Right, when Gray's Anatomy and the medical institution got together and put together their program, right? Gray's Anatomy, for the people that don't know, is not just a TV show. Gray's Anatomy is the textbook used throughout medical schools. All right, let me show y'all Gray's Anatomy book, in case y'all don't know what that looks like. I actually have some Gray's Anatomy books floating around the house somewhere. Yeah, I have some Gray's Anatomy books floating around. Here you go. Now I done lost the StreamYard page. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. We're back. Boom. And yes, I can share Google. I can share Google pages, but it's not allowing me to share anything of my own. So it's blocking like my screen. Oh, we back. Oh, it came back. That was crazy. It just blinked and then now it's back. All right. So we'll do this Amazon thing and then we'll share the other. Yeah. So anyway, here's the Gray's Anatomy books. Right? This is the Gray's Anatomy. I think these are books about the Gray's Anatomy's book, because you're not getting Gray's Anatomy's books for $20 unless these are the old outdated joints. Yeah, these are the old outdated joints, because that is not where you're getting Gray's Anatomy. Here we go. Here's Gray's Anatomy. There you go. All right, now which version is this? All right, this is 2023's book. All right, 2023's book, they want $80, right? To get 2020 book, interesting. They want $140 for 2020. That is interesting. Anatomical basis for clinical practice. Okay, I think these books are slightly different. That's why there's a difference in price, right? But these are the books that, this is what medical school is. This is medical school. This is medical school, family. Gray's Anatomy. So with Black's Anatomy, right? With Black's Anatomy, what we did was we created a curriculum around the information, the up-to-date information beginning around 1960, right? So from 1960 to 2025, right? Obviously, we have some roots in terms of Kemetic thought, ideology, what the papyri left us and some of those things, right? The heart and some of that kind of stuff. But for the most part, what it is that how we're looking at the body is based on the new findings. And we go through some of those things. We go through when they discovered pigment, for instance, right? When they discovered pigment versus when they discovered a use for pigment. Two different time periods. For a long time, pigment was listed as a waste product inside the human body. Pigment was listed as a waste product. So, we kind of go through that, right? So that's why we have to look at it from the 1960 on forward. Start with 1960. The body is looked at in more of a holistic view. Starting in the 1960s, electricity, light, and magnetism become the primary drivers of life. Before the 1960s, forget about it. 1960s going forward, electricity, light, and magnetism become the primary drivers. And we have founded our curriculum on that space, in that pocket. What's the new stuff, the new science, what science is talking about now, right? So that we can have a foundation to work from that is based on up-to-date material that'll carry us into the future and even explain some of the gaps in today's medical knowledge and some of the things that's going on with, certain groups of people having certain issues, primarily, diabetes and heart disease, right? It makes sense when we're talking about underserved communities. If we begin to look at the body's energy system, right? How the body metabolizes fats and sugars to produce electricity, and how that electricity and the subsequent light is funneled through pigments of a wide variety, from hemes to melanins to opsins to globins, and how those things regulate or are integrated into, what we would call information by the heart and the brain, right? So we look at those things. We attempt to correct. Why I never dropped the link? Because we're not having a panel discussion. It's not a panel discussion or open, like an open mixed topic kind of thing, right? If you look at the title of the video, this is a class that you found yourself in. Yeah, we have organized, structured classes. Sometimes we have open discussion, but for the most part, what we do is we have books, we have texts, we use journals, articles, like it's structured. This is our own collegiate forum. No, not your bad. That was a good question. I'm glad you asked it, because you're probably not the only one thinking that. You know what I'm saying? You're probably not the only one thinking like, okay, I'm waiting for Inky to go crazy like he does over on Sa's page. But that's not what we do. Right? All right. So Black's Anatomy, the first book, the main book. And this is the book that we'll be in for the next 10 weeks. Right? Here's the introduction. Oh, now I spent all that time earlier trying to find the introduction of the other book. And I'm almost certain that I don't have the introduction to this book already. So according to Peyton, I think he said we need to start it up with this.
Bronze block profit, he's teaching the essence. 158, knowledge the weapon. Quantum chemistry, protons in session. Molecular machines, God's own invention. Structure water dripping, clarity lens. H2O whispers where the lesson begins. Dr. Inky said flow like the stream. Electrons dance in a quantum dream. H2O is my molecules in the gleam. Structure type pristine. Energy unseen. H2O is my drip eternal supreme. Holistic preacher, no pulpit, just proof. Teaching the youth every atom's the truth. Protons spinning their infinite loop. Electrons hum, they connect the roots. Bronx to Toronto, the knowledge it grew. Healing the world with that structure blue. Charge like ions, the vibes electric. His words molecular, they intersected. Alchemy flows, no deception detected. Quantum flow, every lesson perfected. H2O is my molecules in the gleam. Structure tight, pristine. Energy unseen. H2O is my drip eternal supreme.
I don't know about you, but I'm mad. I am so tired of feeling stressed.
Yeah, they be trolling hard, trying to slip in whatever they got going on. Oh, let me make sure. That's probably what's going on too. Let me make sure I got the let's get the monetization turned on. Here we go. Go ahead, YouTube. Do your thing. Get some folks in there. We need some folks to get in here. I don't know. Y'all got to open up y'all books. Y'all got to open up y'all books. Tonight, the gods don't want me sharing that. You gotta have the books. All right. Anyway, introduction. The study of the human body has long been confined to flesh, vessels, and bones. An atlas of parts arrayed in their visible order. But the perspective, though useful, is incomplete. The living body is not merely a structure of organs. It is a resonant field animated by the ceaseless choreography of subatomic energy. To describe a man as muscle and marrow without acknowledging the invisible lattice of charge, spin, and photon exchange is to speak of a harp by naming only its wood, never its string vibration. Quantum anatomy begins where gross anatomy ends, in the subtle, right? Our ancestors kind of dressed this with the subtle bodies, right? The subtle bodies. So you have the ka, the ba, things like that, the kat, right? Every nerve impulse is a wave. Every thought an interference pattern. Every contradiction a transduction of mechanical strain into piezoelectric current. Excuse me. Every contraction, I say contradiction. Every contraction A transduction of mechanical strain into piezoelectric current. The bones are not silent beams. They are voltage-bearing crystals. The blood is not only fluid, it is a plasma in both name and essence, carrying electrons, protons, and photons as surely as it carries nutrients. The skin and pigments are not mere barriers, they are semiconductor arrays, translating the solar spectrum into biological commands. Where classic anatomy maps vessels and nerves, quantum anatomy reveals conduits of light and sound that organize those vessels and nerves into coherent score. It shows how mitochondria are not simply organelles, but solar engines, harvesting electron flow from food and rebroadcasting infrared photons as signatures of life. It shows how the heart is not only a pump, but a field oscillator whose Christ wave synchronizes trillions of cells into common time. This new anatomy requires new terms: tissues as circuits, synapses as gates, filaments as antennas, water as a quantum memory medium. Its aim is not to discard the old science, but to deepen it. I had a little unk flying around. I had to squash him. To see the cell not only as a unit of biology, but as a resonant node in a vast electrogenic network. The human form thus emerges as both architecture and a field. Flesh interwoven with currents, particles intertwined into patterns, anatomy inseparable from physics. Just as Gray's anatomy armed the surgeon's hand, quantum anatomy must train the healer's perception, guiding those who would read the invisible scrolls within the body, where subatomic rhythm becomes physiology and physiology becomes life. This work is an exploration into the hidden symmetry that unites biology, music, geometry, and electronics. The triplet. Across disciplines, across cultures, across the very scales of existence, the same triadic pattern emerges as the fundamental conductor of coherence. In biology, the genetic code is written in triplets of nucleotides, codons that translate into amino acids from which all proteins, tissues, and bodies are built. Life does not speak in single letters, but in 3-beat phases, rhythmic sequences that compose the living score. In geometry, the 3-4-5 triangle stands as the earliest harmonization of integers into form, a right angle proportion that guided the builders of temples, pyramids, and cathedrals. It was not merely mathematics, but a visual chord. 3 numbers tuned into structural stability. In music, triplets shape rhythm, balance, and phrasing. 3 notes become a chord. 3 beats form a pulse that propels sound forward, creating tension and resolution. The harmony of 3 is what turns vibration into a song. In electronics, the transistor, the very building block of computation, is itself a triplet: a base, a collector, and an emitter. Like a biological codon or a musical chord, its function arises from 3 interacting parts, amplifying and directing flow. In human physiology, the triplet repeats as a sacred cycle: inhale, pause, exhale, systole, diastole, rest. P, QRS, T. Every vital process is patterned as a 3-part measure, an unbroken rhythm of conduction. Health then may be understood as harmony of triplets, codons translating faithfully, geometry aligning posture, rhythms of breath and the heart entraining together. circuits amplifying without distortion. Disease, by contrast, is the corruption of these triplets: misread codons, broken rhythms, collapsed triangles, or circuits locked in error. This text proposes that the triplet is more than coincidence. It is the Rosetta Stone of coherence, a unifying principle that bridges the body, mind, and the machine. To study the triplet is to study the universal laws of conduction, harmony, and information. To embody it is to achieve health, inner peace, and resonance with the cosmos. This is our proposed solution to the mass epidemic of metabolic disease. Medical school began without understanding energy, without understanding nature. In fact, the church forbid it. Think about it. Medical school opened in 1765. Nutrition wasn't discovered till when? 150 years later, cellular respiration. Another 50 years after that, Western academia cut off their nose to spite their face. This is the proof and solution. If we really want to extend our thinking, a haplotype is a pattern of genetic variations, stretches of DNA inherited together. Within those stretches, single nucleotide polymorphisms are the single letter changes that make us unique. On the surface, they look random, but when read through the entanglement framework, they are phase adjustments in how our body translates energy into form. Here's what that means. The 345 code is like a template. Every human shares the same base geometry of metabolism. 3 ATP per turbine, 4 protons per step, 5 cytochromes, 12 per full turn, 365 days in the orbit, 125 days in red cell lifespan. That's the invariant field law. SNPs tune how you play the score. A single nucleotide change in a gene encoding, say, an electron transport protein, like ND1 in complex 1 or CYB in complex 3, can alter the efficiency of electron tunneling. That tiny genetic shift translates into a slightly different resonance between proton pumps. Proton pumping, ATP yield, and reactive oxygen species leaking. It doesn't break the law, but it shifts the angle inside it. Haplotypes are inherited rhythms. Populations adapt to different solar environments, carry haplotypes that couple cholesterol, melanin, and mitochondria variants together. Dark-skinned groups develop SNPs that increase cholesterol synthesis and adjust vitamin D receptor sensitivity because their temple assumed constant UV input. Arctic populations develop SNPs and fatty acid metabolism and UCP proteins to maximize electron-proton handling in cold, low-light environments. High-altitude haplotypes in Tibetans modified hemoglobin affinity and hypoxia-inducible factors, directly tuning their blood cycle to match the environmental resonance. Quantum entanglement reframes SNPs as tuning for. Notice as we go through the intro to this book that was written even before this debate started, we already were addressing certain questions that popped up in terms of what drives evolution. If it's not just blind nature, what drives evolution? We knocking that out in the intro. We knocking that out in the intro. That's why I told them I got books on this stuff. If you want to really debunk the information, get the books. Anyway. Quantum entanglement reframes SNPs as tuning forks instead of mutations being random. Each SNP is a rephasing of your entangled system. Mitochondria, blood, brain, orbit. The universal constants remain, but each haplotype sets a slightly different harmonic key. That's why a diet, exercise, or fasting regime that works in one group doesn't map cleanly onto another. Their electron transport geometry is entangled with different historical light fields. Disease arises when the entanglement breaks. S&Ps themselves are not disease, they are diversity. The problem comes when modern lifestyles put all haplotypes into environments that mismatch their original resonance. A West African haplotype in North America with low UV and high sugar intake breaks the cholesterol melanin coupling. That's Enki's first law of metabolism. A European haplotype in equatorial glare without adaptation can overload mitochondria reactive oxygen species pathways. Both are forms of entanglement decoherence. So, haplotypes are the inherited entanglement maps. Single nucleotide polymorphisms are the fine-tuning knobs. The 345 law gives what the 345 law gives is the invariant geometry that all these variations must still obey. Stay tuned. For a healer of the temple, vision is as essential as it is for a surgeon, but the fields they work within are different. The surgeon must see arteries, nerves, and the layers of tissue with exquisite precision, for the blade is his instrument and flesh is his medium. The inspirationalist, by contrast, labors in the field of light, charge, and entanglement. Here, the anatomy is not bones and veins, but pigments, membranes, ions, and waveforms. To heal in this domain requires not less detail, but more. The inner map of quantum biology, where each nutrient is not just a molecule, but a tool of resonance. Ellagic acid, catechins, EGCG, sulforanes, these are not simply antioxidants. These are scalpels of the energetic order. Where the surgeon cuts to remove a tumor, these compounds cleave free radicals, excise oxidized lipids, and dissect inflammatory cascades. They operate on the same principle of removal and precision, but their medium is not tissue. It is the electron cloud, the redox state, the proton gradient. Ellagic acid acts like a scalpel along DNA, protecting it from mutagenic lesions. Catechins and EGCG cut into lipid rafts and rewire receptor sensitivity, pruning away corrupted signals. Sulforanes slice through the bonds of silent genes, activating NRF2 and opening detoxification pathways that lay dormant. Thus, the inspirationalist anatomy charts are of enzymes, pigments, and electron carriers. Their surgical theater is the mitochondrion, the cytosol, the synapse. Their blades are molecules grown by plants, sharpened by evolution, and directed by study. Just as a surgeon must master anatomy to cut without harm, so too must the inspirationalist master the energetic architecture to intervene with plants and prayer without scattering the field. One works on the seen, the other on the unseen. Both require precision, reverence, and vision. Unfortunately, the language surrounding energy and health has been co-opted by charlatans, chakra specialists, and all manner of frauds. This makes our task more difficult and the landscape of diabetes more perilous. Diabetes is growing partially because of the black cloud surrounding energy and health. When glucose handling is impaired, insulin resistance, hyperglycemia, glucose swings, the vasculature and the immune system shift into a pro-inflammatory, pro-thrombotic state. Glycemic variability and chronic hyperglycemia drive bursts of mitochondrial reactive oxygen species, endothelial dysfunction, and plaque inflammation. This isn't just about average A1C oscillations, right? Oscillations themselves amplify oxidative stress and vascular injury. In parallel, diabetes alters autonomic control. Persistent hyperinsulinemia and leptin resistance increase central sympathetic outflow, while diabetic autonomic neuropathy lowers heart rate variability, right? And you know, heart rate variability is the space in between the heartbeats. Raising the heart rate and predicts cardiovascular death. Liebert Publishing. These metabolic and autonomic changes sensitizing the system so that stress signals from the brain produce larger downstream cardiovascular effects. The amygdala sits high on the threat detection energy allocation hierarchy and talks directly to the hypothalamus and brainstem to mobilize the sympathetic adrenal medullary axis, the HPA axis. Crucially, human imaging shows that higher resting amygdala metabolic activity predicts future cardiovascular events. Now, of course, we have a whole book dedicated to that, which is somewhere right around here. Somewhere around here. Yeah, it's somewhere around here in all these books. Here it goes. All right. And we go through, and obviously we get to the journals. Yes. And most importantly, we get to, right, we get to actually showing the work. So if you don't have this book, you might want to get this book. Right? Speak it into existence mathematically, the end of heart disease, right? All right. Boom. Higher resting amygdala metabolic activity predicts future cardiovascular events, and that this risk is mediated through a hematopoietic arterial inflammation pathway. Amygdala, increased bone marrow activity, more inflammatory leukocytes, higher arterial wall inflammation. That is the aorta / Wa septum, right? That translates to more cardiovascular events, right? Under acute or chronic mental stress, that limbic drive surges, catecholamines rise, heart rate and blood pressure spike, coronary microvessels constrict, platelets become stickier, and oxygen demand supply balance tips towards ischemia. Large cohort studies now show that mental stress induced myocardial ischemia approximately doubles event rates. Even when treadmill pharmacologic stress tests look okay, underscoring the unique brain-driven pathway to ischemia. At the platelet immune interface, catecholamines acting on A2 adrenergic receptors directly enhance platelet activation and aggregation and shape macrophage effector functions, tightening the link between stress and thrombosis. Diabetes amplifies every step of that cascade. Endothelium injured by glycemic swings and advanced glycation has less nitric oxide reserve and more adhesion molecules, right? Adhesion molecules are the stuff that it backs up your blood flow. You know, it lowers the viscosity, or rather it raises the viscosity, the inability for the blood to flow smoothly, right? Y'all trolling in the chat. Listen, this is where the champions are. See, this is the hard work that makes for the fun work. All right? This is the hard work that makes for the fun work. We enjoy when Inky is debunking folks. That's because they're not interested in doing this, what we're doing. In fact, they're allergic to it like vampires with garlic water. You start moving books, like you know how in the vampire movie they have the cross and the vampire be backing up, like all you got to do is start putting books towards them with big words on it. They oh my goodness. All right, anyway. Diabetes amplifies every step of that cascade. Endothelium injured by glycemic swings and advanced glycation has less nitric oxide reserve and more adhesion molecules. So stress surges produce bigger constrictive responses and easier leukocyte entry into plaques. Hyperglycemia and dyslipidemia prime monocytes and macrophages towards inflammatory phenotypes, while autonomic dysfunction blunts vagal brakes, right? Low heart rate variability, favoring sympathetic dominance. Now remember, the sympathetic nervous system is not sympathetic to you. Okay, even though it says it's sympathetic nervous system, it is not your friend. So just always remember that. It's the opposite. The sympathetic nervous system is not sympathetic. It will kill you. It kills plenty of people every year. All right. The result is a vascular bed that's more reactive and a blood compartment that's more coagulable, conditions in which an amygdala-driven adrenergic spike is more likely to trigger plaque rupture or microvascular ischemia and ultimately myocardial infarction. Now, where can you see this at play? You can see this at play directly in the situation that Deion Sanders is dealing with. Because what I'm talking about is sticky blood, right? Adhesion molecules, A1C, glycation, all of those things contributing to coagulation in the blood. Why is Deion Sanders constantly getting surgeries? Because he has issues with clots. He also has issues with sugar. The issues with sugar create the conditions that worsen his clots. So when I talked about the KFC, in fact, Tanai just sent me the other day a picture of Deion Sanders, a recent picture of Deion Sanders promoting barbecue sauce. What we doing? What are we doing? What is Deion Sanders doing promoting barbecue sauce right now? I'm just saying. Anyway, 2 additional human data anchors close the loop. First, multimodality imaging ties stress-related neural activity to coronary inflammation and clinical events, strengthening the causal pathway from brain stress circuits to heart outcomes. JACC second. Oh, no, that's the reference. Anyway. The same literature shows that interventions which reduce stress neurocircuitry reactivity can attenuate cardiovascular risk. Higher habitual physical activity is associated with lower stress-related neural activity and fewer events, consistent with exercise, dampening limbic drive and restoring autonomic balance. In short, impaired energy metabolism and diabetes prime the vessels, blood, and nerves. The amygdala provides the trigger. When stress circuits fire in a diabetic milieu, sympathetic outflow, bone marrow activation, and arterial inflammation, microvascular constriction, and platelet stickiness line up in the same direction, raising the probability that a transient neural signal becomes an ischemic event. That's why modern prevention doesn't stop A1C and LDL. It also targets glycemic variability and autonomic tone, because the brain-heart immune axis is part of the causal chain, not just background noise. The amygdala doesn't intend to weaponize the aorta, but when it's chronically overactive, it drives autonomic and inflammatory programs that make the aorta stiffer, more constricted, and more inflamed. That raises left ventricle afterload and worsens coronary perfusion. It makes the aorta a tougher opponent for the heart to push against and more efficient transmitter of damage and pressure. Can you see a magnetism or electric issue here? Mechanistically, threat processing in the amygdala activates the hypothalamus and brainstem autonomic centers, increasing sympathetic outflow and circulating catecholamines. Large arteries are sympathetically innervated. Their smooth muscle express A1 adrenergic receptors that constrict with norepinephrine or epinephrine, acutely increasing aortic stiffness during mental stress. Repeated surges promote higher baseline stiffness. That's why a good medicine, a good therapy, a good treatment for stress is what my mother used to tell me all the time. No matter what happened, I'm talking about my mother raised rough ones. Because no matter what happened, I came in the house with a broken arm. My mom told me the same thing. You need to take a mother nap. Yo, my mom's was cold. But listen, you need a nap. You need a nap. That's the best thing for stress, is a nap. Take a nap. Shut it down. Period. Go to sleep. Get you some sleep. Take you a nap. Even though when you're stressed is when you feel like you can't sleep. The reason why you feel like you can't sleep in those moments when you're stressed is because of the sympathetic nervous system activity. It's because of the fight or flight, the adrenals, all of those things driving you to feel like you can't, but you can. Fake it till you make it. Lay it on down and close them eyeballs up. Yeah, shut off the lights, turn off the phone or flip it upside down or leave it in a different room. Shut it down and take a nap time. Hit the nap time. Anyway, large arteries are sympathetically innervated, blah, blah, blah. Repeated. Okay. At the same time, stress suppresses the arterial barrow reflex via the central autonomic network, removing a key brake on blood pressure spikes. With the barrow reflex turned down, aortic pressure surges are larger and less buffered. Over months and years, higher resting amygdala metabolic activity predicts a serial pathway. Greater bone marrow myelopoiesis, more inflammatory leukocytes, higher arterial wall inflammation, more cardiovascular events. The brain marrow artery axis applies to the aorta as well, where inflammation and matrix remodeling further increase stiffness. Perivascular adipose tissue around the aorta amplifies this loop, by responding to catecholamines and secreting vasoactive inflammatory mediators. This is why why this matters for heart attack. A stiffer aorta raises systolic load and advances wave reflections back to the heart, which increases myocardial oxygen demand while reducing diastolic coronary perfusion, an unfavorable supply-demand shift that facilitates ischemia. So instead of the aorta literally like sucking the blood out of the heart, the aorta is almost putting a push back on the heart. So the heart has to try to fight the aorta to get the blood into circulation, right? Which basically, where you see here where it says oxygen demand goes up, it's because oxygen has to translate into energy. Remember, the heart has its own circulatory system. The heart has its own whole blood circulatory separate from everything else, because the heart has to. The heart has a, insanely high amount of mitochondria, right? That have to be, oxygenated in order to get the energy production, blah, 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 for the heart to do what the heart does. Okay, boom. With diabetes as the main contributor to the number one killer, it's clear we have a big energy metabolism problem that is growing. All right, and then we have, man, we got a whole bunch of stuff to read. Who signed up for all this reading tonight? Uh-oh. I guess I signed up for all this reading tonight. Man. Yo, I was getting ready to try to find an excuse to get out of here. Yo, Saint HJ. Where has Saint HJ been? Where has Saint HJ been? Saint HJ just came out of nowhere. Saint HJ just came out of nowhere and brought us 500 viewers watching the video. So, for the 500 folks that may or may not have the book that we're reading right now, you want to go to Amazon and grab Black's Anatomy, right? This is week 1, day 1 of a 52-week class. Week 1, day 1 of a 52-week class. 3 classes a week, 156 classes in total. That is not including orientation, midterm, finals. But yeah, and this is not the only book. It is 5 more of these that the curriculum is composed of. So the curriculum is based on 5 books, and obviously there'll be some supportive texts here and there, that pop in or out. Anyway, let's keep working, right? Let's keep working. Music break? Let's go for a music break. But we go for a music break. I got to get into something. I got to do what we got. I can't. Let me see what I'm going to do. What we going to do? H2O is mine. You know what? Maybe we should roll with whatever Peyton is talking about.
A bit of truth in the, yeah. Down on 158, where the air stays real.
Dr. Inky with the herbs, got the power to heal. See moss in the water, bitter truth in the cup. Sipping knowledge from the Bronx, yeah, he's filling us up. Teaching remedies, roots run deep like trees. Holistic visions, got the world on his knees. Not a chemist, but a wisdom, mixing nature and faith. Inky magic got us feeling like we're touching the gates. Yeah. Tell me what's the cure for a world so ill? He said blue magic is the power of blue magic from the American healer. Healing the mind, body, soul, he's the dealer. See most dreams, bitter herbs in the skin. Blue magic from the American healer. No lab coat, just a hoodie and a vibe. Breaking down the lies that the system prescribes. From the Bronx to the globe, his wisdom ignites. Dr. Inky's in the zone, shedding darkness with light. Bitter herbs in the bag, knowledge packed in the brain. Teaching every soul how to break from the chain. No diploma on the wall, but he's schooling the best. With the heart of a lion, he's acing the test. Blue magic from the American healer. Healing the mind, body, soul, he's the dealer. See my dreams, bitter herbs in the schema. Blue magic from the American healer.
No, you don't need to bootleg them. They already yours. These songs is already here for the family. You don't gotta bootleg them. Just grab them. They already ready. They already here.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine.
No, seriously, listen. A couple of these songs, right? A couple of these songs is obviously like we just listened to the Blue Magic American Healer joint, but the song's primary purpose is to accentuate the books. So everybody should tap into the playlist on my YouTube page. For the folks out in Twitter, the YouTube page is Dr. Inky's Jed School, right? Not med school. This is Jed School, right? So you want to grab the songs because the songs, all of the songs have different chapters from the books as the lyrics. So that way we got something to listen to that's up to date. You know what I'm saying? To give us that feel, give us that energy. But the lyrics is the information from the books. So it's like a cheat code to help learn the information from the books and get the information deeper into our mind to be able to memorize stuff a little bit easier.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric. Your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my puzzle. No tricks, no slide, no placebo. When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so right. Every glance is a solar flare. I'm floating, but you're right there. Your aura's electric. Your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Sit your butts down. All right. Anyway, so we're on page 15 of the introduction. That's an X and a V, Roman numerals, right? All right. On the subatomic foundation of the human form, the study of the human body has always been an act of reverence. From the earliest healers who traced vessels with reeds in the Nile mud, to the scribes who recorded the Egyptian papyri, to Vesalius dissecting in Renaissance halls, anatomy has been both science and scripture. Yet, at every epoch, its language has reflected the limits of its tools. The scalpel revealed flesh, and so flesh became the focus. The microscope revealed cells, and so cells became the focus. The chemical assay revealed molecules, and so molecules became the focus. By the 21st century, demands another turn of the lens. The realization that beneath flesh, beneath cells, beneath molecules lies a still more fundamental architecture. The architecture of energy, charge, and field. This is the province of Black's anatomy. It does not deny the body's visible form. It honors every nerve, tendon, vessel, as Gray's anatomy does. But it insists that these forms are but the housing of deeper order. Every anatomical structure is at once matter and vibration, a scaffold and signals. The nerve is not merely a fiber, it is a waveguide. The bone is not merely calcium and collagen, it is a piezoelectric crystal. The skin is not merely a barrier, it is a solar semiconductor. The heart is not merely a pump, it is a field oscillator whose Christ wave synchronizes the symphony of blood. The ancients of Kemet whispered this when they taught that the vessels carried the light of Atum. Modern medicine ridiculed them, then unwittingly proved them correct, naming the inner channel of every vessel the lumen. We're going to rewind that. Big up, selector. Big up the selector. We're going to rewind that back. What M4? Liquid, rewind selector. The ancients of Kemet whispered this when they taught that the vessels carried the light of Atum. Modern medicine ridiculed them, then unwittingly proved them correct, naming the inner channel of every vessel the lumen. The lumen is a unit of luminous flux. Pay attention to that. When they found the papyri, right? The very same papyri that later on the Jewish people would use for their mystical science, right? Where they have the 22 vessels and the 10 sephora, right? The Ebers papyrus, right, focused on the 10 organ systems and the 22 metu. The metu were the vessels. And inside those vessels was the netchers talking. And the netchers used the vessel to communicate to the organs. And so they said that was magical gobbledygook. What were they talking about? Atum doesn't live in the vessels. Atum is supposed to be the sun god. What would the sun god be doing in the vessels? This doesn't make any sense. This is magical incantations, not science. Well, fast forward, and science has named the inside of your vessels a lumen. And it just so happens to be coincidence that lumen is also the same word that defines brightness, defines light. It's just one of those little, coinky dinks, right? For the people that believe in coinky dinks. Right? It is here in this collision of ridicule and revelation that the necessity of quantum anatomy becomes clear. Science has long measured what it mocked, and medicine has lived blind to these discoveries. The method of Black's anatomy is simple yet profound. One must hold together the two traditions, the precision of measurement and the vision of inspiration. It is not enough to catalog the bones. One must feel their voltage under stress. It is not enough to memorize the Krebs cycle. One must see how photons are absorbed and re-emitted by water. Melanin and pigment encoding information as well as energy. It is not enough to study brain nuclei. One must ask how the amygdala transmits fear into vascular constriction, or how the Purkinje fibers shape coherence not only in conduction, but in consciousness. The philosophy of Black's anatomy is that the body is not a machine, but neither is it mysticism. It is a living circuit, a resonant lattice of atoms entangled by hydrogen bonds, tuned by photons, and sculpted by mechanical waves. Its metabolism is not combustion, but electrogenesis, a constant renewal of order, charge, and water, membranes, and filaments. Disease, therefore, is not merely damage to tissue, but a disruption of coherence, an interference pattern in the music of the body. Healing, likewise, is not merely repair of the flesh, but restoration of resonance, the return of field harmony across systems. It follows then that education is medicine. To study the body itself is to activate the catecholamines that burn visceral fat from heart and brain. To contemplate its rhythms is to entrain one's own. Study is not passive. It is a quantum participation. The one who learns anatomy participates in the very circuits they describe. I want to rewind that again. The one who learns anatomy participates in the very circuits they describe, shaping their physiology by the act of perception. The healer's study is a form of prayer. Do we have a scientific reference for that? Because that sounds a little mystical. Absolutely, we do. Double slit experiment, observer effect. Right? Double slit experiment, observer effect. That part. The quantum anatomy does not simply propose a new map of the body, it proposes a new discipline. One that integrates physics, physiology, and philosophy. One that sees mitochondria as solar engines, filaments as antennas, melanin as quantum repeater arrays, and the nucleus as a CPU. It insists that human haplotypes, single nucleotide polymorphisms, and genetic variation are not merely code on paper, but differences in how resonance is conducted, absorbed, or dissipated. It insists that the body is best understood as infrastructure for light, architecture built to absorb, transform, and re-emit energy. The task of this volume is threefold. First, to establish the historical continuity to show that the ancients knew what modern science is rediscovering. Second, to provide the physiological map to show where in the flesh these quantum processes live and how they integrate into systems. Third, to restore reverence to remind every reader that to study the body is to enter a sacred laboratory where subatomic currents become life itself. As Gray's Anatomy armed the surgeon with knowledge of form, quantum anatomy must arm the healer with knowledge of the field. It is not a replacement for flesh-based anatomy, but it's an expansion into the invisible, where physics and biology are indivisible. It is an anatomy for an age of entanglement, where to know the atom is to know the orbit of the sun, and to know the hydrogen proton is to know the beat of the heart. The body is not static. It is not reducible. It is not only chemistry. The body is entangled. It is coherent. It is light made flesh. This is the science of inspiration. Ausarian anatomy, Black's anatomy, is the anatomy of the quantum acting through the observance system. We are defining this here for future instances throughout this text. Quantum anatomy refers to subatomic activity translated into biology via the observance system. All right. That is another section. So I think since we got through another section, that's the preface. I think we should, you know what I'm saying? Yep. I think we should go ahead and hit the one time for the one time. We gotta hit the one time for the one time. Yeah, we gotta hit the one time for the one time. Hold on, man. We gotta hit the one time for the one time. Yeah, we gotta hit the one time for the one time. Let me see what we got right here. Nah, we gonna go.
Four in a vow, Kimmy had a script, they knew the vibe. Heart of magnet pulling life, kept the.
You know what? I'm just gonna do that.
Magnificent obsession, magnetism and progression. Stop saying nigga, start saying that ya. It's still your set, let's get better. Keys draw heavy like thoughts in the ether. Prayers rise quick, make the cosmos a speaker. I command you to grow, lift the weight of the measure. Still your mother loving said, call it C.T. Fletcher. Roots in the ground, but the crown's for the taker. Stop saying nigga, start saying creator. Magnificent, my focus sharp as a cleaver. Obsession to build, ain't no space for deceivers. Stretch, breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seeds, I command you to grow.
And y'all to
Stop
go.
saying nigga, start saying nature.
We get better, C.T. Fletcher. Still your set, C.T. Fletcher. I command you to grow, C.T. Fletcher. Stack bricks, mental temples in the making. Every thought of prayer, every move is awakening. Baseline stomping like feet in the gym. Sweat drip, grind hard, let the light seep in. Magnets for miracles, the pull's undeniable. Face my currency, spirit's reliable. It's not just a vibe, it's a whole resurrection. Stop saying nigga, start saying perfection. Stretch and breathe, rise from the low. Plant the seeds, I command you to grow.
Stop saying nigga, start saying nature.
We get better, C.T. Fletcher. Still your set, C.T. Fletcher. I command you to grow, C.T. Fletcher.
Magnetic line, your superposition flows. Electron spinning, everybody knows. Plasma fission with that cosmic base.
Ooh, that joint tough.
magnetic line, yeah, superposition flows. Electron spinning, everybody knows. Plasma fission with that cosmic bait. Catch the vibe now, no time to wait. Feels good like charge ignite. Feel the pull, we're taking flight. Aura electric, by magnetic. On a current base, it's so kinetic. Do the cellular shake, do the cellular shake, do the cellular shake, do the cellular shake. Lights pulse, we're surfing waves and sea. Dancing atoms in the in-between. Quantum steps to the beat we make. Energy shifts, feel the earthquake. Feels cool like charge ignite. Feel the pull, we're taking flight. Aura electric, vibe magnetic. On a current base, it's so kinetic. Do the cellular shake, do the cellular shake.
All right, hold up. One more.
You're the ocean in my veins, waves crashing, calling my name in every drop. You're the ocean in my veins, waves crashing, calling my name in every drop. I feel the spark, building bridges cell by cell. A love so deep no one can tell where you end and I start.
Molecules in motion, fire and wind devotion.
You're the water, loving me, the cold inside. My chemistry, you flow.
You move, you breathe. Tides of you, tides of you.
Blueprints draw strands of light. Turn the dark into delight. Each atom whispers who you are. You power up my hidden gears. Drive my heart, erase my fears. You're my universe in a jar.
Woo! That was too much. That was too much right there. That was crazy. Yo, people like, you know what? We'll listen to Inky Reed every so often if he gonna keep doing that. If he gonna keep just hitting we'll listen just to hear some of that music. Y'all don't have to listen to hear the music because the music got this in it. The music got this in it. That's what you do. You know what I'm saying? The music is the supplements. Yeah, like you're supposed to eat good food and then supplement with the vibe. This is the good food is the books. And then you supplementing with the herbs and the vitamins. That's the music. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay, so back to the book. We're on page 21 in the introduction of the book, right? So we're still in Roman numerals, right? Practical applications of quantum anatomy. Practical applications. The study of quantum anatomy is not pursued for speculation alone. It bears immediate and profound application to health, education, and human destiny. If classical anatomy armed the surgeon's hand, then Black's anatomy equips the healer's perception, for it reveals the field dynamics that dictate whether flesh thrives or decays. Number one, medicine of coherence. Where traditional medicine treats disease as isolated lesion or failure, quantum anatomy sees disruption of resonance. Heart disease is no longer only plaque in arteries, but the loss of synchrony between the amygdala and the aortic wave. Diabetes is not merely sugar imbalance, but a blindness of energy conversion where substrate is sensed without translation to current. Treatment then expands beyond pharmaceuticals to restoring charge through light, water, movement, nutrition, and study itself. Study is a treatment. Education as therapy. Study of the body is itself a medicine. When the student engages their pattern recognition centers, contemplating circuits, pigments, filaments, and catecholamines are released. Study of the body is itself medicine. When the student engages their pattern recognition centers, contemplating circuits, pigments, and filaments, catecholamines are released. Visceral fat is reduced, and the brain-heart axis is sharpened. Quantum anatomy reframes the act of learning not as memorization, but as entrainment. Study aligns one's internal rhythms with the very coherence being studied. Education becomes a form of preventive cardiology and neuroprotection, a medicine without a pill or scalpel. Nutrition as information. In the quantum frame, nutrients are not calories, but codes. Catechins, ellagic acids, sulforanes, EGCG are not merely antioxidants, but scalpels for the inspirationalist, shaping gene expression as precisely as steel shapes flesh in surgery. Food becomes an array of informational batteries, transmitting electrons and protons into mitochondria and filaments. Diet, then, is not measured I said 25. I don't read in the Roman numerals, girl. I meant we was on page 19. Anyway. Diet, then, is not measured in macronutrients, but in informational density, the resonance it carries, and the harmony it induces. Exercise as circuit training. Movement ceases to be a mere mechanical expenditure of energy. Each step, each push-up, each breath is piezoelectric instruction to bone, fascia, and marrow. Mechanical stress translates into voltage. Voltage regulates stem cell activity and marrow's production of red blood cells. Thus, calisthenics and cardio are not merely fitness, but rewiring. Literally retraining of the circuit boards of the skeleton. The temple strengthens not by force alone, but by coherence restored through strain. I feel like that. I'm sorry, family. but I feel like that right there deserves a little something. I feel like that alone, that little paragraph right there, we supposed to hit a little.
I pray to God with my push up.
Yeah. We supposed to hit this right on that.
I pray to God with my push up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus moms, the most talented art. I pray to God with my push up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus moms, the most talented art. Chest tight, sweat dripping, clock on the wall ticking. Reps like my sins, I keep lifting, never quit. My soul screams sermons, veins like stained glass. Each pump a confession, my demons don't last. Concrete flow cold, echoes in a room. Heartbeats in cadence, shadow boxing the gloom. I pray to God with my push up. I pray God bless my heart.
All right, hold up. We got to get this one in there. We got to get this one in.
Rich ass, poor abs, it's big bags of course gaps. Your wealth is on your waist like a belt clasp. Skin on face, we can read it like a map. See what you eating, smell how you living, that's fact. I pray to God 60 times a minute, 5 times a day, my heart's still in it. Clock ticking loud, can't outrun the limit. I pray to God 60 times a minute. Champagne wishes, but the fridge got drought vibes. Penthouse vision still stuck on the south side. Paint you slow, but the scars they shout wide. Mirror talks cruel, truth don't let you mouth lies. We flex what we feel, we done what we like. Weight of the chain pulls minds out of whack. We that's what we feel, we done what we like. Weight of the chain pulls minds out of whack. I pray to God 60 times a minute, 5 times a day, my heart's still in it. Clock ticking loud.
Losing fat, gaining muscle, sweat dripping puddles. Everyday struggle, mind caught in the shuffle. Look in the mirror, whisper I love you. Fighting with my past, me and God in a scuffle. Echoes in the night, dreams heavy as duffels. Hands on the bar, weights in the air. Chains on my soul, but I'm shedding despair. Sometimes nature struggle. I help 'cause I love you. Sometimes nature is trouble. I stand 'cause I trust you. Running lives with my demons, pacing these seasons. Hunger for the better me, stomach screaming reasons. Cut cars, cut ties, fake vibes.
All right. My bad. We back to the work. I just thought we needed a little. Anyway, that was number 4. Exercise as circuit training. Number 5, systems beyond the microscope. The microbiome, the fungiome, and the virome have enriched biology, yet they still reside in the visible and culturable. Quantum anatomy insists on a deeper register, the quantome, the subatomic orchestration beneath molecules where protons and electrons absorb and re-emit photons, weaving information into matter. Practical healing must therefore reach this underworld, structuring water, modulating fields, retuning pigment conduction, and training breathing patterns. Every intervention that restores subatomic order ripples upward into cellular and systemic repair. Tools of the new healer. Just as classical anatomy gave rise to the surgeon's scalpel, quantum anatomy will define a new set of instruments. Structured water devices, light therapies, field-tuned exercises, dietary pigments, and guided study will become the tools of the healer. The surgeon cuts to remove. The inspirationalist conducts to restore. Both are needed, but only together can health be whole. The reframe of prevention. Classical prevention focused on avoiding toxins and reducing risk factors. Quantum prevention is positive. It is about building coherence. It is daily induction of photons, daily structuring of water, daily entrainment of the breath, daily activation of pattern recognition. It is the proactive cultivation of resonance such that disease cannot take root. Where classical anatomy became the foundation of surgery, quantum anatomy must become the foundation of electrogenic medicine and inspiration-based healing. It is not an alternative, but a completion. It gives the healer access to subtle scaffolds that surgeons cannot cut, the signals that drugs cannot synthesize, and the coherence that no machine can automate. When we look at the 9 core nutrients most often linked to mortality prediction: magnesium, dietary fiber, calcium, vitamin E, niacin, essential amino acids with omega-3s, zinc, copper, and selenium, we begin to see a unifying pattern. Each is not just a nutrient in the classical sense, but a regulator of energy metabolism and cellular respiration. I want y'all to understand that. Health insurance places are predicting your mortality based on your ignorance and your lack of care of your energy system, right? Which shows up via obesity or diabetes and the relationship between obesity and diabetes, right? Which translates to cardiovascular disease, right? So this is important. These nutrient deficiencies decide how efficiently the body takes in electrons and protons, transfers them through the electron transport chain, and produces ATP. In this sense, mortality risk is not random. It is profoundly tied to the fidelity of bioenergetics, the quantum machinery of the mitochondria, and the way we couple food, water, and oxygen to light and motion. Magnesium sits at the very center of ATP metabolism. Every ATP in the body is actually mag ATP, because without magnesium to stabilize the phosphate groups, energy transfer simply cannot occur. When magnesium intake is low, ATP is less stable. Glycolysis becomes inefficient, and mitochondrial enzymes such as ATP synthase and complex 5 cannot operate at full capacity. This weakens oxidative phosphorylation, leading to higher oxidative stress and accelerates aging at the cellular level. By contrast, sufficient magnesium improves insulin sensitivity, reduces arrhythmia risk, and strengthens the body's ability to clear reactive oxygen species. All life-extending processes. Dietary fiber might seem mechanical, but its metabolites are metabolic. Fermentable fibers feed gut microbes that produce short-chain fatty acids such as butyrate, acetate, and propionate. Butyrate enters colonocytes, right, cells in the colon, and directly fuels the Krebs cycle, while acetate and propionate travel through the portal vein to the liver, where they regulate glucose and lipid metabolism. At the mitochondria level, short-chain fatty acids increase NAD, FAD, input into the electron transport chain and balance reactive oxygen species. Fiber then is not only cleansing the system, but acting as a biochemical rheostat, ensuring that energy metabolism is smooth, not erratic. Calcium, most known for its crucial role, is in truth an electrical ion that governs respiration itself. Calcium influx into mitochondria regulate dehydrogenase enzymes in the Krebs cycle, controlling how much NADH is produced for complex 1. Too little calcium and ATP production falters. Too much and mitochondria permeability transition pores open, collapsing the proton gradient. At the cellular level, calcium oscillations couple excitation with ATP synthesis. Thus, calcium balance is synonymous with controlled bioenergetics, and disturbances echo as arrhythmia, bone fragility, or neurodegeneration. Vitamin E enters the picture as a lipid phase antioxidant, preventing peroxidation of polyunsaturated fatty acids in mitochondrial membranes. Because the respiratory chain involves tightly controlled electron leakage, lipids are prime targets for oxidative damage. Vitamin E essentially preserves the dielectric integrity of the mitochondrial inner membrane, which ensures protons are not leaking across and collapsing the electrochemical gradient. In this way, it prolongs the life of mitochondria, reduces inflammatory signaling, and protects both cardiovascular and neural tissues from energy-related degeneration. Niacin, vitamin B3, is perhaps the most direct nutrient to energy link. It is the precursor to NAD, the universal electron carrier. Every step of glycolysis, the Krebs cycle, and beta oxidation depends on NAD to accept electrons. Low niacin means low NAD, which means the electron transport chain is starved, leading to mitochondria dysfunction and accumulation of unmetabolized fats and sugars. By supporting NAD pools, niacin enhances sirtuin activity, DNA repair, and mitochondrial biogenesis, which is the production of more mitochondria. That directly extends the health span and improves resilience against metabolic disease. Essential amino acids and omega-3 fatty acids serve as substrates and modulators. Amino acids like leucine activate mTOR, coordinating growth with energy availability, while tryptophan feeds into serotonin and kynurenine pathways that regulate NAD synthesis. Omega-3 fatty acids, especially EPA and DHA, insert into mitochondria membranes, altering fluidity and improving electron chain efficiency while reducing inflammatory cytokine signaling. Together, these substrates fine-tune how mitochondria balance energy production, repair, and programmed rest. Zinc is a cofactor for over 300 enzymes, but in energy metabolism, its most critical role is in superoxide dismutase number 1, which neutralizes free radicals generated at complex 1 and complex 3. Zinc deficiency destabilizes antioxidant defenses, allowing oxidative damage to proteins in the respiratory chain. Moreover, zinc fingers regulate gene transcription for mitochondrial enzymes, tying mineral sufficiency directly to the maintenance of energy infrastructure. Copper, though often overlooked, is embedded in complex 4, cytochrome C oxidase, of the electron transport chain. Without copper, electrons cannot be passed efficiently to oxygen, which is the final acceptor. This leads to electron leakage, reactive oxygen species, and reduced ATP synthesis. Copper balance therefore sits at the threshold of respiration itself. Too little, and the flame of oxidation phosphorylation dims too much. Free copper catalyzes destructive Fenton-like reactions. Finally, selenium integrates with protein as selenocysteine to form enzymes such as glutathione peroxidase and thioredoxin reductase. These protect mitochondria by reducing hydrogen peroxide generated during respiration. Selenium, therefore, is the mineral voice of redox homeostasis, maintaining the delicate balance between energy flow and oxygen burden or oxidative burden. It is not surprising that selenium intake is linked to reduced mortality, since it determines whether energy metabolism produces current or corrosion. When expanded into this view, it becomes clear why insurance companies and researchers find predictive power in these nutrients. They are not random. They are guardians of the respiratory chain, keepers of proton gradients, stabilizers of redox, and substrates of light-driven biochemistry. Mortality risk is energy risk. The failure to convert food, oxygen, and light into coherent ATP without excessive damage. To study these nutrients, then, is not simply nutritional science. It is quantum anatomy, where the efficiency of subatomic transfers writes the fate of whole lives. Magnesium, number one. Higher dietary magnesium intake consistently correlates with reduced all-cause and cardiovascular mortality. Dietary fiber. In machine learning models, forecast mortality in diabetic populations. Fiber intake emerges as one of the top predictors of long-term death risk. Calcium, included among nutrition variables that improve cardiovascular mortality predictions. Calcium appears in advanced risk models. Vitamin E. Vitamin E is another micronutrient picked up by machine learning as relevant for predicting cardiovascular death. Just think Botana. When we're saying vitamin E would, is helping this and doing that and keeping this. Yeah, that's the Botana. So you can get it and wear it, but I put the Botana in my smoothies. And depending on what's going on with the children, they might get a spoonful. Yeah, they get spoonfuls of Botana before they go to like a basketball game. Or the other day, they had, what was that? Regionals in cross country. Yeah. Hit this Botana real quick. Yeah. You getting ready to run your heart to, hit this Botana real quick for you. Yeah, we got some PEDs on deck. Niacin. Niacin intake has demonstrated protective correlations against cardiovascular mortality in some studies. Essential amino acids and omega-3s. Higher consumption of essential amino acids and EPA DHA in food were inversely associated with all-cause and cardiovascular death. Zinc. Found among 9 minerals studied in ASCVD patients. Zinc intake showed negative associations with all-cause mortality, particularly in certain BMI categories. Copper. Similarly, copper intake was among dietary minerals linked to lower mortality in cardiovascular disease context. Selenium, included in that same mineral panel. Selenium showed preliminary inverse trends with mortality, though associations varied by BMI. Right? And you have a few different sources attached to each one of these. It doesn't give you the actual link, but it tells you where to find it, whether it's PubMed or Nature or whatever. The Journal of Nutrition, blah, blah, blah. All right, and now we get to chapter 1. Finally, we get to the first chapter. We are not going through the first chapter, even if we have 800 people watching. We are not going through the whole first chapter. We might get through a little something though. We gonna we might do a little something. Let me see how much time. 2.5 hours. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do some work. Let me see though. We're gonna go to some music before we we're gonna get to some more music first before we start. Yeah, we gotta get to some more music. Let me see what we got over here. Cause M4 is trolling. He trolling. He want to get to some. He want to get to some of that Jamaican and that reggae.
Read 50 books, that's a master's degree. Write 50 more pastors, can't pass me. Real 150 stacking thoughts like towers. Write them all down on my pen, holds power. Shelf life of a scholar, built like a fortress. Let up bounce spines, my mind endorses. Chasing knowledge, no time for the chatter. Flipping through pages while the ink gets fatter. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Margins filled with scribbles, thoughts in the ether. Annotations glow like the lace with fever. 1,000 hours logged, the grind's my feature. Bookmark pain, every line's a preacher. Quotes hit harder than a summer storm. Paragraph sharps and a scissor form. I've seen more spines than a surgeon's floor. Write 200 books and you'll see even more. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Turn the page, let the ink run free. Stack 'em high, that's legacy.
Okay, here we go. I found it. We're gonna hit that one time.
Rat-tat-tat-tat, fatta take that. Me don't want no blood clot, ratty-dat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat, fatta take that. Me don't want no blood clot, ratty-dat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat, fatta take that. Me don't want no blood clot, ratty-dat-tat-tat. Keep the fascia tight, keep the water intact. Electron spin, charge the voltage, that's a fact. Living melanins, glisten in the sunlight. Charge the battery, mitochondrial gunfight. Protons line up like soldiers in a war zone. Voltage in the cell, stronger than a cyclone. Epic other fat enemy of the people. Trim it like the weeds growing under the steeple. Street life rough, but the science make it simple. Heal a body fast, no scar, no dimple. Rat-tat-tat-tat, fatta take that. We don't want no blood clot, ratty-dat-tat-tat. Keep it fascia tight, keep the water intact. Electron spin, charge the voltage, that's a fact. Restructure the water, intracellular flows. Body like a circuit, everywhere it goes. Visceral fat, trim it down to the bone. Heart stays strong, never crumble like a stone. Electrogenesis, spark up the fire. Charging the blood, take the current higher. From Kingston streets to the lab, no liar. Truth in the rhythm, burning like a fire. Ra-ta-ta-ta. I must be the electric. It's the electric boogie. In on me hoodie. Don't disrespect it. Voltage flow, kinetic. Pulse magnetic. Don't disrespect it. Mitochondria sparking, charging the lane. Electrons moving, current to the vein. Proton pumping, voltage to sustain. Life in the body, no static remain. Cytochrome pathways, the energy trade. Street light power never fade. Shock to the system, a wire cascade. Jamaican heat where the rhythm is made. There must be the electric. It's the electric boogie. In on me hoodie. Don't disrespect it. Voltage flow, kinetic. Pulse magnetic. Don't disrespect it. Oh yeah. Living field roots deep in the ground. Charging the earth, the rhythm profound. Thunder cloud clash, energy rebound. Street life hard, but the spirit unbound. Light poles humming, power lines sing. Battery charge like a lion in the ring. Spark in the dark, make the whole place cling. Electrogenesis is life on the string. Don't disrespect it. Yeah. Ay. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. Street light flicker, shadows dance on the zinc fence. Life in the trenches, bare knuckle, no pretense. Epic are you fat, the silent killer, no suspense. Voltage in the veins, a shockwave immense. Mitochondria grind like a hustler on the block. Electrons spin, cytochrome stick like a clock. Protons pump, energy rise, we unlock. Restructure water in cells, the living field talk. Don't disrespect it, not test it. The heart must be the electric, it's the electric boogie. In a me hoodie, voltage in a chest kinetic. Now I feel pathetic, it's prophetic. Now feel pathetic, it's perfect. Fascia stretch tight like a wire in the slums. Feel vibrate, ancient rhythm in the drums. Humans never drop from a heart attack cold. Without the fat lurking, stories untold. Intracellular tides rise, realign. Electrogenesis spark, body read. Ay. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. Street light flicker, shadows dance on the zinc fence. Life in the trenches, bare knuckle, no pretense. Epic are you fat, the silent killer, no suspense. Voltage in the veins, a shockwave immense. Mitochondria grind like a hustler on the block. Electrons spin, cytochrome stick like a clock. Protons pump, energy rise, we unlock. Restructure water in cells, the living field talk. Don't disrespect it, not test it. The heart must be the electric, it's the electric boogie. In a me hoodie, voltage in a chest kinetic. Now I feel pathetic, it's prophetic. Now feel pathetic, it's perfect. Fascia stretch tight like a wire in the slums. Feel vibrate, ancient rhythm in the drums. Humans never drop from a heart attack cold. Without the fat lurking, stories untold. Intracellular tides rise, realign.
Black hole, kiss the magnetar. The cosmos froze, turn pause and on. She the queen of collapse, infinite mass. I'm the star with the flare, our moments flash. When we touch galaxies, gas, history in a clash. We make it last. I'm drunk, I'm gone. I love you like fire loves it, true loves it. Time loves wait, fools love fate. I'm drunk, I'm gone. I love you. She pulls me in, no escape from the spin. Orbit in her eyes.
Magnetized in the glow, her core burns slow. Every breath she takes, my pulse explodes. Rewrite the stars, paint the sky with scars. She the black hole, I'm the magnetar.
Gravity screams, we rip the seams. Two forces collide, no in between.
I'm gone, I love you like fire loves it, truth loves it, time loves wait, fools love fate. I'm drunk, I'm gone, I love you. Purple so strong, I shatter, I bend. Infinite loops, no start, no end. Her lover, Nova, I'm caught in the glow. Exploding quietly, slow after slow.
Melody first diabetes. You already know what it is. We here. Melody first diabetes. You already know what it is. We here. Time to make magic, baby.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise. Away becomes a particle, the sphere holds the flame. Disorder bursts the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
All right. We still gotta work, man. We gotta work. We still gotta work, man. Let's go. What y'all doing? Matter of fact, hold on. I must have ended off with the wrong songs. Y'all getting tired. Y'all ain't supposed to get tired. Y'all see, that's what we supposed to put on.
Late night shadows, thoughts creeping in. Mirror talk, reflections where I've been. The weight of words, history in my skin. Break the chain, let a new life begin. CT Fletcher in the gym of my mind. I command you to grow, leave the past behind. Stack greens, build dreams, stay aligned. Pages turning, money off books I design. Stop saying that, start saying that we get better. CT Fletcher, still your set. CT Fletcher, I command you to grow. CT Fletcher.
It's still your set. It's still your set. Let's go. All right. Study versus prayer. You know what we're going to do? We're going to skip. We're going to skip that. We're going to go look over here for a second. Let's go look around for a second. Let's poke around. I think this is good to get in our blood as much as possible. Let's get this in our blood as much as possible. Right? This is kind of like chapter 2 in the book. Yeah, this is the timeline starts on page 11. So effectively chapter 2. Yeah. Chapter 2. So let's look at this real quick and then we might go back to chapter 1. All right, this is important though. All right. Starting with 1765. Right? 1765. Now, actually, let's start at the beginning. 2160 BCE. Right? 2160 BCE. Very important that we kind of flesh that out a little bit. And somebody might say, well, where do you see written in any papyri that it says the heart is a magnet or blah, blah, blah in Kemet? Right? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. What it does say very specifically in a wide variety of places is that the heart is where the soul, the mind, the personality, your memory all come from. Not only do they come from, but that's where they're stored. So weighing of the heart ceremony is actually weighing that a forensic exploration into your memory, right? Now, how does memory have anything to do with magnetism? Memory has everything to do with magnetism because we know that magnetic fields store information, right? Magnetic fields store information. Magnetic fields store information, right? So the question is not whether the heart stores information. The only question is what information exactly is stored there. Again, there is no question about whether the heart stores information because it is scientifically proven that magnetic fields store information. Fact. Fact on fact on fact on fact. Those are simply facts. We have to address that, right? We got to breathe that in. Magnetic fields store information, right? And just let that relax. That's a separated, isolated fact. Don't try to link that up with nothing. Just let that breathe on its own, right? Let's just separate some ideas and concepts before we start trying to do any pattern recognition or formulating of patterns, right? Kemet identifies the heart 4,000, 5,000 years ago as the place where all of your experiences throughout life are stored. So at the end of physical life, determining your transition from one form of energy to another, which is the laws of thermodynamics. Energy can never be destroyed, just change from one form to another. That's why in Kemet, there's no concept of death. It's just transition from one form of energy to another. Pay attention to that. The heart is where all of that information is stored. Now, where is the bridge from Kemet saying the heart stores all of the energy, the information you accumulate throughout your life, and the modern concept of magnetic fields storing information, right? This is what gave us hard drives and debit cards and all of these things that we use today. The understanding that magnetic fields store information and that electricity or light can translate that information and move it from one place to another. So we can use electricity to move information from one place to another. And what do we know about a moving electricity? Moving electricity has what? Stable magnetic fields. The moving electricity is creating and sustaining the magnetic field. These are only facts, right? This is why we use two forms of information sending, right, in our technology today. We use electricity, which is like those coaxial cables with the thick copper on the inside to to send the electricity, or we have the fiber optics, which are like glass mirrors, which sends the light. So it's either electricity or light sending the information. Magnetic field is always storage, right? So we have electricity and light being the information transmitters, if you will, right? With magnetism being the preferred storage. Now, the thing that makes electricity interesting is electricity can also create the information at the same time. It has this a slightly different thing than what light does, right? So where the bridge is, right? Where the bridge is between the heart storing up a whole bunch of information and modern science saying that magnetic fields store information, right? Because again, these are some of the things that when you go through the papyri and the histories, they said that this is magical incantations, which translated to gobbledygook in terms of the Greeks, the Romans, and then later on, the Germans who gave the world modern science, quote unquote. Let's hit the Google one time for the one time. Let's hit the Google one time for the one time. So we don't have to be, you're not locked into what I'm saying. We can kind of get into. Okay, y'all can see what I'm doing. All right, cool. Does the heart have a magnetic field? Yes, the heart has a magnetic field that is produced by the electrical currents in the heart muscle. It can be measured with sensitive instruments. The field is the most powerful rhythmic electromagnetic field in the body and extends beyond the body. The heart's magnetic field production. When the heart's muscles depolarize, they create a current that generates an electromagnetic field. Says the NIH, right? The NIH, PubMed, cardiac torsion in electromagnetic fields, the cardiac bioinformation hypothesis. All throughout physiology, the heart is often referred to as a simple piston pump. There are, in fact, two additional features that are integral to cardiac physiology and function. First, the heart, as it contracts in systole, also rotates and produces torsion due to the structure of the myocardium. Second, the heart produces a significant electromagnetic field with each contraction due to the coordinated depolarization of myocytes, producing a current flow. Unlike the electrocardiogram, the magnetic field is not limited to volume conduction and extends outside the body. Okay, now let's go back here. Strength. The heart's magnetic field is significantly stronger than the brain's, with one source citing it as 5,000 times greater in magnetic field strength and 60 times greater in electrical component. So there is our bridge. There is our bridge. That is very much a very strong bridge. What do you mean that's the bridge? Okay. We'll walk it down again a little bit slower. In Kemet, they said the heart stored the memory of your lifetime. Modern science, somewhere around the 80s. Where did Vogel do his thing? Let me see. Let's go back over here to the Google demons and see what we got going on. When did Vogel pioneer magnetic hard drives? Maybe I should throw an IBM in there just for good measure. Let's see. What? Now look at the Google demons. While the surname Vogel is not directly associated with the pioneering of magnetic hard drives, IBM was indeed the company that introduced the technology. The first hard drive, the IBM 350 disk storage unit, was announced in 1956. Hold up, they trolling. Why are they trying to violate? Let me see something. Maybe if I throw a first name in there, we might get some more action. Yeah, let's see what this do. Oh, all of a sudden now that the Google demons know what I'm talking about. All of a sudden they know what I'm talking about. You see how crazy that is? Look at that. Look at this here. The surname Vogel is not directly associated with the pioneering of magnetic hard drives. Marcel Vogel joined IBM as a research scientist in 1957, where he worked on a number of projects, including the development of magnetic coding for IBM's hard drives. Yo, AI be trolling. You've got to know the right question. Okay, so they had the magnetic hard drives, but Vogel came in and refined them with the magnetic coding. Right? While other scientists were crucial to the overall development of the hard drive, Vogel's contribution was specifically related to the magnetic coding technology, which resulted in the creation of a patent for it during his time at IBM. Contribution, blah, blah, blah. Patents. The invention was one of over 30 patents he received during his career at IBM. Why they try to give us a little short, little sniggle bit? Wow, what they doing like that? That's crazy. They holding this tight. They holding this tight. Yeah, they holding this info tight. But it's fine. We don't need them. I just needed them to remember that name. Bang. We can get busy with the get busy on our own. We don't need the Google demons. Dr. Vogel had an honorary PhD. Later, he became interested in various theories of quartz crystals. Interesting. It is claimed that Vogel started his research into luminescence. Interesting. Yeah, these are very interesting things here. Very interesting coinkydinks, right? In 77 and 78, Vogel participated in experiments with Markovitch-Tesla electrical power source, with the Markovitch-Tesla electrical power source referred to as MTEPS, that was built by Peter Markovitch. He received 32 patents for his inventions at IBM. Among these were the magnetic coating for the 24-inch hard drive system still in use today. His areas of expertise besides luminescence was phosphor technology. Very interesting how these technologies line up, right? Phosphorus and magnetism and liquid crystal systems. What is your body? Phosphorus, magnetism, and liquid crystal systems. Then they're gonna violate him. They're gonna violate him for he believed crystals can have healing powers and all that. So you know what he was on. Clearly anyway. You see how they do that? They violate your method of coming up with the inventions, your method of coming up with the information. Once you start saying that this is technology coming from the body and all that, oh yeah, that's gobbledygook. But what was you saying about the thing though? How did it work? No. What you was talking about was foolishness. You made that up. But I'm just saying, tell us that made up story though, because we want to kind of write it down and use it to make trillions of dollars with our technology. You can advance everything here with that gobbledygook that you made up. Wait, what? I thought you said I made that up. Let me just, I don't need to. No. We're not saying that. Just share it with us so we can use it to upgrade all of our technology. But I'm just saying, you made that up. That's how they do you. In private, they want the information. They need the information. In public, they're going to say you made that up. Yeah. We're going to discredit it publicly so that only your information has a value here with us. Yeah, sell that to me. Anyway, so we get it, right? Magnetic fields store information. So now where the bridge is where if we find out that the heart has a magnetic field quite possibly 5,000 times stronger than the brain's, which means technically the heart has 5,000 times the capacity to store information than the brain does. That's just one of those moments where no matter how much a hater hates, they can't do anything but just silently absorb that. They just have to absorb that moment in right there. Shh. Magnetic fields store information, and the heart has a magnetic field that's possibly 5,000 times stronger than the brain's. Interesting. Yeah, we'll just say interesting and move on. Yeah, we'll just say interesting and move on. Interesting. Mental note. Mental note. Yeah, interesting. We just keep it moving. Mental note. Right? We're going over here back to our paper, right? So, boom. That's where we kind of get this, right? 2160 BCE, Hart was known as a magnet and chemist. 1628, Hart discovered as a simple pump. 1765, medical school invented in the U.S. without nutritional water science. Very interesting. They did not even know about photosynthesis. Photosynthesis was discovered in 1779. 1783. Now, mind you, this is only a partial discovery because they hadn't fully figured out pigments yet. 1783, James Watt and Antoine Lavoisier published papers on the composition of water, right? So this is post-medical school, right? So they published papers on the composition of water saying that it is a compound, not an element. They hadn't figured everything out yet. They just knew that it wasn't a single thing. 1805, Gay-Lussac and Humboldt discovered that water is formed by 2 parts of hydrogen and 1 part of oxygen. So that is 75, 85, 95. That is 40 years after, that's 4 decades after we have medical school, do we figure out what water is. Now, if you don't think that that is a problem, then that means you have a problem. You have a problem understanding your body. Your body is made out of water. Therefore, people that did not understand water could not possibly understand the body. It's just not possible. They didn't know what the composition of it was. That did not stop them from cutting off body parts, though. That did not stop them from cutting off body parts. 1811, Amadeo Avogadro proposed the H2O formula for water, solidifying the understanding of its molecular structure. 1824 to 1842, calories were discovered. The 1830s, discovery that plants and animals were made of cells. 1859. 1859. What do we have in 1859? Yeah, we have the good old boys. Huh? We have our man Darwin. We got Darwin. So now, as we are marking medical school, launching without knowing photosynthesis, without knowing what water was, without knowing what calories were, without knowing that plants and animals were made of cells. Pay attention to that. Medical school started before they knew. Right? Let's look at the same thing with Darwin. Darwin is explaining to people how life works. Darwin's explaining to people how life works before the electron was discovered. Before the electron was discovered, Darwin is telling people how life works. Wait a minute. Let's go, Elvin. W in the chat for Elvin and everybody else on Twitter that hit the repost button. Hit the repost button. If you are watching this on Twitter, you got to hit the repost button. That is way too easy. If you're watching on YouTube, you got to like copy the link and then go open a whole new social media page to share the video. If you're watching on Twitter, the repost button is right under the video. That is diabolical that you're watching this on Twitter and have not hit the repost button, especially if you've been watching longer than like 20 or 30 minutes. That is diabolical. Thank you, Elvin, for reposting and reminding me for the public service message. Now, how is it that Darwin is explaining life when we now know that the body is electric? How is he explaining life before electrons are even discovered? Please tell me that. How is it that Darwin is explaining biology before blood types are discovered? Before a photon is discovered? Before stem cells are discovered? Before vitamins are discovered? Before blood plasma was discovered? What? Hey, calm down, Ink. It's late. Nobody's debating Darwin here. We seen what happened. You got it, Ink. You can relax. Okay. My bad. I forgot this. The family. We in the locker room. Okay. Forget about Darwin. We're just going back to 1765. 1765, right? And we'll just highlight all these things that medical school, right? / not just medical school, but remember Gray's Anatomy, the main text associated with medical students, right? Gray's Anatomy is that main text that medical students study over the years, right? Gray's Anatomy has never integrated these discoveries or concepts. Gray's Anatomy never integrated these discoveries and concepts, right? And this is why we go 1961. This is why we go 1961, right? Because 1961 is where the electron transport chain was finally like locked in stone to what we know today. Actually, that's not even true, because it's years after that they start figuring out quantum tunneling and all that. So even still, there's still discovery going on with the electron transport chain. But 1961 is a good year. 1961 is a good year. Because a bunch of things happened in the early 60s, right? You can see here the electron transport chain, but then also the heart's magnetism was rediscovered, right? The heart's magnetism was rediscovered. And hold on. Let me see something. Let's go back over here. And let's go. When did Watts and Crick DNA? There we go. Okay, 53. All right, so 53, they did that's why I'm confused, because they got the Nobel Prize in 1962. Okay, so there you go. 1953, they did their thing, and then 1962, they got the Nobel Prize for the work. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. This period of time is kind of like, this is where modern biology really begins, like the 60s and forward. Darwin has no place, right? It's the 1960s and forward. They figure out the electron transport chain. They start figuring out the code in the DNA. They start figuring out the heart is magnetic. They start putting together a whole different picture of the human body than what 1700s, 1800s, even turn of the century, when you go Max Planck, messing around, black body radiation. Then you go John Maxwell with electromagnetic radiation, right? And then you go, you throw J.J. Thomas in there. right? You throw J.J. Thomas in there, and then you go the guys in the middle. What's the guys in the middle name? Oh my God. The dude that figured out the blood types, right? That was like 1904, 1908, something around there. I don't know. And then you swing around like between the 1920s and the 40s with Copenhagen and Schrodinger and all these guys, right? That's when they start figuring out the double slit and observer and this and that. But all of these are kind of like loose studies. Like quantum mechanics is like a loose fringe kind of new science. They getting into the study of light with Maxwell and electromagnetic. You know, that's all. None of that's really linked or integrated into life yet. These are just separate studies in and of themselves. Maxwell is celebrated for figuring out or pioneering the work to figure out electric fields and magnetic fields alternating creates light. That's that. That's its own space. Then you got the quantum mechanic guys doing their own thing. Then you got, man, I want to remember this guy's name who figured out the blood types. Anyway, you got the figuring out the blood types over here, right? But why I'm saying these are all separate is because they hadn't figured out yet that light affects the pigment that we know of as hemoglobin and makes the hemoglobin do different things. So there's no relationship yet because they don't really fully understand pigment yet. There's no relationship yet to biochemistry. And then with quantum mechanics and all of the stuff they're doing in the early 1900s, 1920, 1930, 1940, because they don't know how the electron transport chain works yet, there's no integration of quantum mechanics into biology yet. Because quantum mechanics doesn't become important in biology until it's textbook solid information that subatomic particles are driving biochemistry, right? Electrons and protons are driving biochemistry. All of your biochemistry depends on things that are not actually things. And so when that happens, physics, which up until that time had been the foundation of all science for the world, had to take a back seat because physics deals with matter, hence physics, right? The world of nature around us was considered to be all physical. Remember, there's no God. It's all physical. Spirit is mumbo jumbo. It's physical world. So we got physics to study the physical world, the mechanistic world view, right? Now, quantum mechanics comes along and says that the non-physical is what creates, sustains, and regulates the physical world. That is exactly what all of our ancestors had been saying for thousands of years. The non-physical world creates, sustains, and regulates the physical world. It's no different. The only thing is, with quantum mechanics, they're observing to get to specifics. Okay, here's a photon, here's an electron, here's a proton. Here are actual parts. And now we can study the interactions of those parts. So when we observe phenomena, we have physical mechanisms to understand those phenomena because we have parts, photons, electrons, protons, and the interactions of those parts. And the other pieces that interact with those parts. So now we can predict phenomena of biology based on subatomic behavior. Right? But this is pre-matter. Pre-matter. Physics deals with matter. Quantum mechanics is pre-matter. Remember, matter is stuff composed of atoms, right? Subatomic particles is the stuff that composes atoms. Matter is composed of atoms, but atoms are composed of subatomic particles. So when quantum mechanics comes, quantum mechanics now becomes the foundation of all those subsequent sciences, because there is no matter without the subatomic particles, right? Specifically, electrons binding, right? That is how atoms come together. Electrons binding. The electron bond is the fundamental aspect of matter, right? So now you have quantum mechanics, and then post 1961, now the field is open to understand how biology is regulated this way. And then we take another look back, right? Now we take another look back. We go, oh, wait a minute. We thought humans was just like primates. When we bring quantum mechanics into the biology picture, humans are nothing like primates. Nothing. When we bring quantum mechanics into the picture, the mitochondria distribution is way different. Yeah, the mitochondria distribution way different. If the mitochondria distribution way different, the electricity activity is different. When we look into the brain, the dopamine centers, the dopamine system is totally different. When we look at the norepinephrine system, totally different. Now, what does the norepinephrine system and the dopamine system have in common with each other, and also have in common with subatomic particles? Well, the norepinephrine system and the dopamine system in the brain are a part of the neuromelanin system in the brain. Dopamine and norepinephrine is what forms neuromelanin. So that means that the neuromelanin system in the brain is totally different in humans than monkeys, totally different in humans than gorillas and apes. How can someone work with Dr. Inky? What you trying to do? What you trying to do? What you trying to do, Elvin? Talk to me. Elvin, what are you trying to do? What you trying to work on? Talk to me. Where you at? Don't disappear now. 2 minutes ago, you said, how do you get to work with Dr. Inky? That comment was 12:46 or 12:48. I'm saying, what you trying to do? We trying to get healthy. What you mean? What? We right here. You working with me right now? hey, Elvin, you wow. I appreciate you being like 2 view counts though. Elvin is on Twitter and on YouTube. But that's why I got the books. Yeah, we got the books and we got the classes. We got the books and the classes. That's kind of like what we're doing right now. Yeah, like right now, you're working with me. I'm working with you. This is what we kind of doing here. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We study. We get the books, we read, we study together. You know, we do our prayers together 3 to 5 times a day, most times. Our prayer is a form of exercise and a form of gratitude for the magnificent little universe we have called the human body. We have the music now to help study the information. The music is like supplements for the books. All the music is the books in music form. Yeah. The book's in the science in music form. But outside of that, you could get a tutor session. You know what I'm saying? You could hit me up on the website. We could do a tutoring session if you want some private, private classes on the books. We have our Patreon where the classes go, because the classes are on YouTube. And then after a while, the classes disappear from YouTube and they go to Patreon to live forever, ever, ever. All right. So we leave the classes up on YouTube for a little while. And then we move them over to the Patreon. Gav, I don't know where you at, but it is definitely not prayer time right now. Gav might be in Cali, Ireland, Europe. I don't know where Gav is at. It is not prayer time right now. We could get a song into something done. We can get a little song into something done. We can do that. Yeah, we can get some music and we can do that real quick. One time for the one time. Let me see what we got.
Bodies moving in a loop, no end, no start. Circles tracing rhythms beating from the heart. Spins us round where the secrets hide. Every curve's a code, every turn's a guide. Growth flows slow like in time, washing us clean, a metabolic grind. Patterns in the blood, they never lie. Do the math, baby, feel the proof. Every number leads me back to you. Doubling up with the clock's next phase. L2 keeps the balance in our days. E2 when the low gets tough we share. Roots of V3, hexagons everywhere. Branching veins like trees we grow. Energy flows where it's meant to go. Perfect lines in a world of flow. Do the math, baby, feel the proof. Every number leads me back to you. Hey, from the Bronx to the stars, he rises tall, teaching sales how to fight, how to stand, how to brawl. NRF2 got the system on lock. The fence is so tight like a vault with no clock. Cerebral waves twisting, the ventricles deep. Third eye spinning where the soul does leap. Holistic magic flows from his pen. Dr. Inky, the teacher, the best has been. He's the GOAT. He's number one. The best ever. He's a GOAT. He's number one. The best ever. Banana. Spinal fluid spirals like a gap.
All right, no. So what you want to do? Here's the thing. And a lot of times, unfortunately, people have misrepresented naturopathy or the holistic route. So naturopathy, well, here's the difference. Let me say this. Here's the difference between the holistic paradigm and naturopathy, right? And then we'll talk about the missteps maybe of some of the people in the community. Holistic ideology is centered around prevention, right? So the holistic ideology is live as healthy as you can to prevent, degenerative issues, inflammatory issues, and their subsequent wear and tear on the body as long as you possibly can, right? Nobody has proved to live forever, no matter what kind of herbs or surgeries or pills they have taken. So you're just trying to use preventive measures to not necessarily only increase your lifespan, but your health span, right? Because those are two different things. A person could live to 90 and be hooked up on 12 different medications. So their health span might have went out when they were 60, and last 2 decades or 3 decades is just, they using canes and walkers to get around, with people changing their diaper and all kinds of other stuff. So that's not really considered healthy. So they've created the health span so you can understand how long people live healthily. And one of the songs we played earlier, push-ups, push-up prayer, push-ups. I pray to God with my push-ups. I pray that God bless my heart. What he says after that is 1 billion plus pumps. The most talented art. I pray to God with my push-ups. 1 billion plus pumps, because typically a healthy mammal should get 1 billion pumps out of their heart before their heart breaks down. So when people die from heart disease before they reach 1 billion pumps or 500 million pumps, which can be calculated, that is considered to be premature death. So when we talk about metabolic disease, diabetes, obesity, cancer, etc., contributing to premature death, that's what we're talking about, because it's actually a number. Your heart should get 1 billion pumps out of it. Just like any other electronic device, it should have, you should get this much usage out of it. Your heart's no different. So we should get 1 billion pumps. So holistic is about prevention. Naturopathy is the other side of the holistic coin. And naturopathy is natural protocols to deal with various symptoms and illness, right? So that would be, whatever. Anything from herbs to, I guess, some of the newer stuff from the East, like acupuncture and some of those things. But it's the meaning has expanded now to just include non-surgical, non-pharmaceutical measures, right? But the thing is, because of many people misrepresenting what the true art forms are on the internet and just looking at it as a hustle, you know what I'm saying? Because it is a way to get attention. It's a way to generate some fast cash. Unfortunately, people have done that and not only frauded people, but created the wrong idea of what it is in the masses, right? So people think it's some sort of shortcut, or it is a way to work outside of doctors or the medical system, and is not. You shouldn't try to fix something when you don't know what the problem is. So you have the right, when you go to the hospital, you have the right to say, well, I just came for diagnosis, right? I want to get a second opinion, or I want to try something natural before I try something chemical. I want to try something natural before I try surgery, right? And then the doctor, if they're a good doctor, they'll give you pros and cons, right? They'll tell you, oh, well, go ahead. This actually is pretty in line with what we was going to suggest, blah, 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 blah. Or they might tell you, listen, F around and find out. Now, you play too many games and wait before you get the surgery, you might wake up dead. Wait, not wake up dead. You get the point. You might not wake up one of these days, right? So time is of the essence. But you need to figure out what it is that you have wrong, so that whether you go medical, you go surgery, you go natural, you go dietary, you go whatever, or some combination. Because typically the best space that we want to be in is be able to use all of the modern facets of healing and health to our advantage. You know what I'm saying? But you need to know what's going on first, right? Because you don't want to just, a lot of people don't like the health system, so they just try to make up stuff in their mind. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got tingling and numbness in my hands. I think I'm going to get me one of them detoxes. Y'all think I'm gonna give me one of them detox kits, you know what I'm saying, and see if I can detox it. And you can't detox numbness, okay? Because numbness has to do with your nerves, right? So it could be something as small as your body letting you know you're not getting enough B vitamins, right? Or you could have a problem with your spine, right? So you got a pinched nerve somewhere. Right. And the pinched nerve might not be an issue. You could wind up, you might need physical therapy. You might need to pray to God with your push-ups. Pray to God with my heart. You might need to just get some work in with us. You might have to hit that prayer a couple times a day. Right. But it could be something even more serious. You could have spinal degeneration. Right. You could have a broken up vertebrae in there somewhere. And you can have some crazy stuff going on, that the numbness is trying to hit you, give you a heads up early, where you still got the ability to figure some stuff out, right? Natural or otherwise, as opposed to waiting it out. You mess around with some detox or something, or you doing you like smoking weed, make it feel better. Weed messes around with your nervous system. Weed messes around with your nervous system. So it's not really making it feel better. It's overpowering it temporarily. Right? It's overpowering it temporarily, but it may be masking the issue, making the issue worse over time. Right? Stressing out the adrenal glands and some other stuff. So you want to figure out what you got going on in there. Then once you figure out what you got going on in there, then you can come to somebody like a Dr. Inky or someone else and go, yeah, I'm trying to do some natural stuff because I have XYZ going on. And then we can go, oh, okay, well, let's look at this and look at that and look at this and put this, let's put something together based on whatever. Right. But numbness is a bunch of different stuff. Don't listen to nobody on the internet tell you they know what that is. Don't listen to anybody on the internet tell you they know what that is, because you go into numbness, and then your eyes are closed and you wake up in the emergency room having a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't play with numbness. So you got to figure out what that is, champ. Okay. So we done already went to step 1. Stress related, and gave me anti-anxiety meds. Just searching for answers. Blood work came back okay. Maybe we might need to do that 1 hour talkie talk where you can send me that. You might set up a little 1 hour session, me and you, and then you could send me that blood work and we could look at it or go over it together. Right. So we could see how extensive it was. Because blood work doesn't always mean what you think it means. This is why sometimes in the hospital, you have something going on and they'll run some tests and then they'll come back to you and say, we need to run some more tests. Because they may have only run a basic, they might just have ran a basic kind of, what I'm saying? They may need to run some more extensive tests to really try to figure out what's going on. Yeah. But we can look at what you got and see what you got going on. We can look at what you got and see what you got going on. But everybody in the chat over here knows that at some point I'm going to start pointing to books, because that's what we do. Right? We don't give out fish. We teach people to fish for themselves. Right? We don't give out the fish. We teach people how to fish for themselves. So what we were talking about early on was might be kind of important. When I was saying the amygdala, right? So we got a couple books on the amygdala and what's going on with the amygdala, because modern understanding is that amygdala plays a much larger role in the health of our nervous system and our circulatory system than previously we thought. Right? The amygdala is able to regulate the aorta, is able to regulate the bone marrow. And the thing that we have going on with all of the nerves is the nerves have to have blood supply. Nerves have to have healthy blood supply. So there's a big throughway with the nervous system and the circulatory system. So yeah, like I said, that's good that you went to the doctor, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, they told you it was stress related. That still might be B vitamins, because stress flushes our body's B vitamins out. So you still might not have enough B vitamins in. So you're dealing with stress, you need more B vitamins, especially depending on what your homocysteine levels could be. Homocysteine is usually like a proxy for what's going on with B vitamins. So anyway, a bunch of stuff could be happening, champ. We have the You Got Some Nerve, Aya Heru. We got some books. We got some books. We just don't know where he needs to go. Now, the book where I was thinking that he could probably get started with is I'm going to tell you what would be a good book to get started with. Bam. The Jed Pillar Pain in the Neck book. The Pain in the Neck book would be good for you to start out with. Yeah, you need to get this Pain in the Neck book. Yeah, this is the one for you. Start with this. If you don't have no books, make this your first book. If you have a bunch of books, but you don't have this book, this needs to be your next book. Get this book. This is very important for you to start figuring out exactly what's going on with your spine and numbness and all. Like literally, that's all in this book. So go and get this book. Drop the link. You want me to drop the link too? Man, I only wrote the book. Oh man said drop the link too. All right, hold up. Let me see what we're gonna do. I might need some theme music while I find it.
Dr. Inky, Bronx Prophet 158 throne. Holistic sermons, cure written in the bone. 60 and 60, no excuses, no clones. Heartbeat, syncopate to the metronome zone. Flip the script, diabetes on the ropes. Melanin armor, the healer's antidote. Cardio gospel, sweat drips to hope. Life's marathon, running past the scope. Melanin versus diabetes is the movement. Black's anatomy is the study, the improvement. Dr. Inky's revolution, we the students. Healing in the streets, Bronx to the blueprint. Greens on the plate, kale collides with fate. From the root to the seed, life's work never late. No pills, no needles, just discipline's gate. Elders' wisdom, echo, health the only state. Heart disease dismantle, arteries breathe clear. Blood streams dance, no sugar to stare. 60-minute scope, the years, no fear. Dr. Inky words in the air, sharp as a spear. 158, that's the tempo, that's the base. Bronx bricks, whisper secrets of the race. Every step, every sprint, we erase. Change the illness, freedom in the chase. Bronx Block Prophet, he's teaching the lesson. 158, knowledge the weapon.
Quantum chemistry, protons in session, molecular machines, God's own invention. Structure, water dripping, clarity's land. H2O whispers where the lesson begins. Dr. Enki said flow like the stream. Electrons dance in a quantum dream. H2O is my E. Molecules in a gleam. Structure type pristine. Energy unseen. H2O is my E. Drippy turns supreme.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, right here. That is the link right there. And we're going back over here for a minute, though.
Bronx block prophet, he's teaching the essence. 158, knowledge, the weapon. Quantum chemistry, protons in session. Molecular machines, God's own invention. Structure, water dripping, clarity's land. H2O whispers where the lesson begins. Dr. Enki said flow like the stream.
Okay, so we're going to take a shortcut and we're just going to jump to those books because there's a series of books that you should probably grab. There's a series of books that you should probably grab. So we're going to go back to the music for a second.
Electrons dance in a quantum dream. H2O is my E. Molecules in a gleam. Structure type pristine. Energy unseen. H2O is my E. Drippy turns supreme. Holistic preacher, no pulpit, just proof. Teaching the youth every atom's the truth. Protons spinning their infinite loop. Electrons hum, they can't connect the roof. Runs to Toronto, the
H2O is my E. All right, so these are the books right here that I would probably suggest. Yeah, right here, these 360 books. There's 3 of them. All right, I would suggest you jump on these, the 360 books. All right, so this is number 1. All right, 360 Sports Articulations, Volume 1. Can you see this on the screen? Okay, yeah. So I would say, yeah, jump on Volume 1, Volume 2. And of course, Volume 3. Yeah, I would say those 3 books will get you right, or at least get you started. Yeah, those 3 books. So here, you might want this link, because this is the link for all 3 of those. You gotta scroll to the bottom though, till you find books 70, 71, and 72. And then we come back over here.
Came and had a script, they knew the vibe. Heart of magnet pulling life, kept the spirit alive. Fast forward, 1628 pump, they say. Europe late to the game, tryna clean away. 19 T plasma scene, bloodstream gleam. But they ain't healing the hood, just stacking green. 1936, pulling fixed with feather they miss. Magnetic twist, Kim and whispers through the mist. They selling pills for the bills, keep the poor ill. Miracle flex, but the truth gives chills. System built to kill, profits over skill. How you hit a body when the soul stands still? Heart disease number one, what it care? Dollar signs in their eyes can repair them. Magnet in my chest, pull the truth through the years. 2025, let's stay without tears. 2025, let's stay without tears. Heart into the pause, let's stay without tears. 2025, let's stay without tears. 1963, they rediscovered the pool. Heart ain't just a pump, it's magnetic and full. 2009, melanin sights found in the core. Black brilliance in the beat, but they ignore the law. Meanwhile, healthcare's a game, pockets get fat. America's system a trap, can't argue with that. They tax the poor for breath, let a wealthy stack. ER is packed, no love, just cold hard facts. They selling pills for the bills, keep the poor ill. America flex, but the truth gives chills. Systems built to kill, profits over skill. How you hit a body when the soul stands still? Heart disease number one, where they care at. Dollar signs in their eyes can repair that. Magnet in my chest, put the truth through the years. 2025, let's stay without tears. 2025, let's stay without tears. 2025, let's stay without tears. 2025, let's stay without tears.
Hold up, let me see something. Let me see if we can find that joint. That might be on here. That might be on here. Where is that? Nope, it's in the big list. It's in the big list. All right. I wish. I don't have no time on my hands. Man. Now, listen. That push up, that thing is crazy. That thing go crazy right there. Yeah, that go crazy. I can't hold you. That go crazy. That go crazy. That push-up prayer go crazy. That is a fact. Now you talking my language. We gotta go on. You talk about it.
I pray to God with my push-up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus promises, the most talented art. I pray to God with my push-up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus promises, the most talented art. Chest tight, sweat dripping, clock on the wall ticking. Reps like my sins, I keep lifting, never quitting. Muscles scream sermons, veins like stained glass. Each pump a confession, my demons don't last. Concrete flow cold, echoes in the room. Heartbeats in cadence, shadow boxing the gloom. I pray to God with my push-up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus the most talented art. I pray to God with my push-up. I pray God bless my heart. A billion plus the most talented art. Mirror reflection, eyes locked with my soul. Tears in the corners, but I stay in control. Knuckles on the ground, scars tell the tale. Every bruise a parable, I rise if I fail. Sweat halos form, my altar's a man. Every Moonlit whispers, the valves in my luna. Heart pumps, rhythm of divine tuna. Mechanical waves, sacred gates close tight. Echoes in the arch, midnight takes flight. Holy magnetism, pull me to the core. Royal scepter shining, what we're living for. Pulse in the veins of him in disguise. Pathway to the heavens, I see it in the skies. Give thanks, the most holy magnetic jaw. Through the lunar gate, I'm in eternal. Royal arch, ride scepter in the hand. Mechanical waves, we move, we stand. Reflection of the wave, ripples in the dark. Sacred vibration, left a cosmic mark. Arch of the walls, a royal mystery. History coded in divine circuitry. Open a pathway, lunar pulls a tide. Hearts beat holy in the rhythm we confide. Magnetized moments to celestial sway. We walk the sacred in the light we stay. Give thanks, the most holy magnetic draw. Through the lunar gate, I'm in eternal. Royal arch, ride scepter in the hand. Mechanical waves, we move, we stand.
In a maze of light.
See, this is the Beatles right here. This is pictures of the artists.
In a maze of light, seeking a light. Guided by the most high, God so bright. Breathe in, breathe out, alveoli tight. Pillars of light, shining so bright. Alveoli great beams right. Take flight. G pillar strong. Red sails sing a song. Lungs expand, fleets where we belong. Pillars of light, shining so bright. All the early great peaks, right? Take flight.
Cells spin eternal, like Ferris wheels in my chest. Perpetual motion, I'm alive, I'm blessed. Magnetism holy, pull tides in my veins. Ferry boats of light sail the bloodstream planes. 60,000 miles every 60 ticks. Veins like highways, blood rivers thick. Praise to the spark, divine and unseen. Caves in my bones lit by the most clean. Water floods a river, life flows free. Drink it every hour, it's holy chemistry. Thankful for the purity, no sugar stone.
Ooh, that joint give you chills.
Cells spin eternal, like Ferris wheels in my chest. Perpetual motion, I'm alive, I'm blessed. Magnetism holy, pull tides in my veins. Ferry boats of light sail the bloodstream planes. 60,000 miles every 60 ticks. Veins like highways, blood rivers thick. Praise to the spark, divine and unseen. Caves in my bones lit by the most clean. Water floods a river, life flows free. Drink it every hour, it's holy chemistry. Thankful for the purity, no sugar stone. My vessel stays soft, my soul's my home. Thanks, thanks.
10, praise to the most high. Self-spin, rivers flow, I testify. 60,000 miles, vessels never dry. Divine spark within, I'll never deny. Stones could've claimed me, sugar-coated sin, but my temple stays sacred, cleansed within. Water like a hymn, cleansing every crack. Fairy boats of light, they ain't never backtrack, yeah. Magnetic, pull a compass in my chest, keeps me aligned on paths of the blessed. Thankful for the breath, for the pulse, for the glow. In the caves of my marrow, his power flows.
What the hell is this happening? Let's just go over here.
Through the valley of death where the shadows creep slow.
Hold up. Yo, you know Dr. Kepper got to put that drip on. Yo, you know Dr. Kepper got to put that drip on, man. Stop playing. You know Dr. Kepper got to put that drip on, man. Stop playing. When they out in the islands, they got the island drip on, you heard?
Through the valley of death where the shadows creep slow. Superior and a cava, let the blood still flow. Right at tree, I'm humming like a baseline low. No bitterness in my veins, we don't let it grow. Heart of stone, now that's not the throne I own. Smooth sailing through the currents, every chamber's shown. Corona crown glistens like jewels on loan. We give thanks to the rhythm, this body my home. Heart of flow, let it glow, let it be. No fear, no stone, just the heat we repeat. Round the vortex we spin, keep the circle complete. Heart of flow, let it glow, never skip, never cheat. And me dollar whispers, tryna turn me bitter. But I'm upstream dreaming, currents run quicker. No fear in the bloodline, no stone ticker. Valley of death, I'm the boat, I'm the skipper. Atrium dance, corona crown on my brow. Each vessel a path, I'm just walking in now. Vortex pull me in, gravity's vow. Every turn a new rhythm, I give thanks and bow. Vortex spinning, the spiral divine. Each beat, each breath in perfect design. Through the shadows and chambers, a steady incline. No fear in the flow, just the pulse on my spine. Heart of flow, let it glow, let it be. Heart of flow, let it glow, let it be. Heart of flow, let it glow, let it be.
We're heading into some really difficult times.
What are you doing? My bad.
Fields collide, magnetic fields collide in space. Lately your paths leave no trace. Electron waves, they hum, they sing. Quantum vibes on a cosmic string. I'm casting nets where the stars align. Fishing for truth in a space-time brine. Plasma rivers flow, electric streams. Percolating currents like my dream. Orbit spins, I feel the pull. Gravity whispers, the void is full. On the moon, plasma fission. Cosmic bay, planetary vision. Percolating current through the cellular shape. Make it live. Tidal waves in a quantum seat. Neutron dance is a symphony. Galactic winds blow through my veins. Dark matter whispers breaking chains. Horns and bass, it moves my core. Stars explode, but I want more. Solar flares spark in my mind. Cosmic beats, they're one of a kind.
Pain temporary, lungs on fire. You gotta wanna be successful, no liar. As bad as you wanna breathe underwater. Pressure crushing ribs, but you swim harder. Chest tight, thoughts deep like Mariana. Darkest trenches where hope a persona. Success ain't luck, no.
All of the joints is always gonna be in that playlist. So as long as you get that playlist, as new joints come out, they always go into the playlist. So right now it's 260 something. Let me see. It's 266 songs in there. So some people are under the impression that they heard all of the songs in there, and I would beg to differ. Yeah, you have not heard. You have not heard 266 songs. So right here is pretty much where all of the different songs are, somewhere in there. But the whole idea is this, right? The whole idea is this. I haven't monetized any of the songs, so you could play the songs with no interruptions. You could just go to the playlist and put it on shuffle and let it go, right? All different types of songs in there. But as you listen to the songs, you find your niche, what you like. You can make your own playlist, you know what I'm saying? Your own Beatles album. Yeah, you make your own albums. Go in there and pick 10, 20 songs, whoop, play them joints till you get tired of them, and then dump them joints. Come back and get a fresh 10-piece. You know what I'm saying? That's like 26 albums is in there. You know what I'm saying? So you make custom design albums. You know what I'm saying? Go in there and get you some slow joints, some fast joints, some drill. You know what I'm saying? Go get you some drill, get you some piano, some ballads. I got some ballads in there that's tough. You know what I'm saying? The Beatles is hard at work. You know what I'm saying? We got the, you know, so it's just some music in there. Yeah, it's man, listen. Yeah, you get the workout playlist, the, you know what I'm saying, the cool at the house joint, the joint for the children. You know what I'm saying? You got all kind of different playlists in there, but it's new joints. It's going to constantly be new joints in there. It's new joints that's constantly popping in there because, you know, there's 266 joints in there. And typically we don't listen to 266 songs worth of music in a setting. You know what I'm saying? Typically, you know, maybe we go to the gym. What is that, an hour, 2 hours? You heard 20 or 30 songs in an hour or so. You know what I'm saying? Like, you haven't heard 266 joints. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's always, you know, it's always different joints in there. And then I have a playlist called Partner Music, which is kind of like just for slower tempo joints or a little horny, sexy kind of thing going on in there. And then I have the Evolving album, which is like kind of like, it's more rap, more pop, up tempo kind of vibes. You know what I'm saying? More up tempo kind of vibes. So you might want to jump in there. But typically the jukebox, you know what I'm saying? Just go up in there and go fishing. Yeah, just go up in there and go fishing. It's gonna be science in there. You know what I'm saying? We got the no, you know what I'm saying? We got the Darwin, you know what I'm saying? We got the Darwin joints in there.
No mechanism. No mechanism. No mechanism. No mechanism. Yeah. Concrete jungle shadow down with the rats.
Muscle in my jeans, no need for a lab coat stat. Toronto skyline lit like Darwin's theory crack. Got no mechanism, evolution hack. Tundra cold, but my wrist stay glacial. Survival of the slickest game, so spatial. DNA spirals, but the logic feels facial. No mechanism to claim ain't foundational. No mechanism, no mechanism. Theory so broke, can't fix the schism. No mechanism, no mechanism. Charles got theories, but where's the wisdom?
Oh no.
Rolling slow through the sands of the mind, pushing time like a yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is tough right here. Now this is tough right here. This is tough. This joint right here, you need to put this in some lists. Everybody listening, you need to put this in some lists. This is tough right here.
Yeah. Counting stars on the ceiling, night feels infinite. Heart heavy, but my spirit stay vigilant. They try to clip my wings, but I pivoted. Broke the cycle, now I'm limitless. Script written in my veins, call it ancient text. Living proof of a blessing, can't second guess. I sow seeds in my garden, they sprout finesse. Eating greens with the roots, God says I love me, that's why I'm that guy. Cause I love me, that's it, I'm that chick. Living to be 1,000 biblical years. God said eat the green plants with seeds in them. Came from the mud, now the rain hit different. Diamonds in a puddle, my reflection glisten. Lonely nights taught me how to listen. To the silence, how my dreams feel vivid. Luxury in my mind manifests my palace. Balance on the edge of chaos, call it talent. Every step I take is calibrated malice. Told her doubt it through, now it's invalid. Cause I love me, that's why I'm that guy. Cause I love me, that's it, I'm that shit. Living to be 1,000 biblical years. God said eat the green plants with seeds in it. Mirrors in the dark, all I see is truth. Every scar, every line, every move I prove. Can't erase what's written, I'm eternal. You built a legacy of love, that's a living proof. Feel the cold, feel the fire, I'm the perfect storm. Made of ash, made of light, I've been twice reborn. Cause I love me, that's why I'm that guy. Cause I love me, that's it, I'm that chick. Living to be 1,000 biblical years. God said poor abs, two sides of the coin toss. Big bags, coarse scabs, healing at a cost. You are what you eat, can't rap so the sweet. You heal how you sleep, deep brain on repeat. Yeah, yeah. Glyphatic system, drainage of the night. Brain detox ritual, clearer in the light. The body whispers truth, louder in the still. Listen to the echoes, the cure ain't in the pill. Glim means light, phatic means interact with light. It's glymphatic, glim means light, phatic means interact with light. It's glymphatic, late night reflections, luxury and thought. Silk sheets, but the mind's still caught in us. Dreams of clarity, but shadows still creep. Dark turns to dawn, the answers run deep. Energy flows where the focus directs. My body dialogue, the units connects. Purge the toxins, let the healing and light floods the soul, cleanse from within. Ten 10,000 steps through the cold grass. Street lights flicker like a ghost arcade. Avoid God's corn, can't afford delays. I'm in top form, sweat, beats cascade. Hopscotch past hot blocks and maze. Prayers are lost form, I retrace always. But we found it, stitched in the seams, babe. Christ complex, baptized in stream. Lessons by Iggy, inspired by Osborne. 10,000 steps a day, avoid God's corn. Get in top form, rhythm reborn. 10,000 steps a day, avoid God's corn. Shadows treads along, dust paints of bricks. Luxury dreams on a city that ticks. Rolex hands, but the time don't fit. Soul got cracks, but the light still sticks. Old scriptures folded in my pockets deep. Lost form, found out the prayers don't sleep. Lessons by Iggy, inspired by Osborne. 10,000 steps a day, avoid God's scorn. Get in top form, rhythm reborn. 10,000 steps a day, avoid God's scorn. Step by step, this path is worn. Red souls bleed where hope was torn. But I walk, I wrote more books than you ever could digest. Pen sharp thoughts deep, my mind's a treasure chest. Getting brain, but it's knowledge instead. Study sessions turn the lessons into bed. Diamonds on the wrist, but the mind's the real flex. Conversations complex, what's coming next? Sapiosexual, sapiosexual. Let me study next to you. Sapiosexual, sapiosexual. Your intellect's the real you. Candlelight dinner, Plato on the plate. Philosophy debates till the clock strikes late. Luxury thoughts in a Gucci robe. Theories of the cosmos while we disrobe. You speak in riddles, I answer in prose. Mental connection with that chemistry flows. Slow, 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 slow. Sapiosexual, sapiosexual. Let me study next to you. Sapiosexual. Scriptures in the dark pen, dripping eternity. Mind on infinity, my chapters burn eternally. Pages folded, stories, golden echoes in the ether. Each sentence a cathedral, sermons for the dreamers. Mirror in the moonlight, it whispers my reflection. Greatness in my shadow, success breeds dissection. Legacy's a diamond, pressure made me glisten.
Yeah, this is that work I told y'all. That's why y'all got to give me my roses now. My heart stopped 20 years ago. Every day ain't guaranteed.
Wrote scriptures in a dark pen, dripping eternity. Mind on infinity, my chapters burn eternally. Pages folded, stories, golden echoes in the ether. Each sentence a cathedral, sermons for the dreamers. Mirror in the moonlight, it whispers my reflection. Greatness in my shadow, success breeds dissection. Legacy's a diamond, pressure made me glisten. Built a throne from silence, now the world listens. Living legend. Give me my roses while I'm alive. Crown every weight of the stars, I still survive. Pave my own lane, watch me thrive. Living legend. Roses while I'm alive. Blueprints in my veins, architect of ambition. History books can't hold me, I'm past the.
Nah, this joint right here is crazy. Period.
Wrote scriptures in a dark pen, dripping eternity. Mind on infinity, my chapters burn eternally. Pages folded, stories, golden echoes in the ether. Each sentence a cathedral, sermons for the dreamers. Mirror in the moonlight, it whispers my reflection. Greatness in my shadow, success breeds dissection. Legacy's a diamond, pressure made me glisten. Built a throne from silence, now the world listens. Living legend. Give me my roses while I'm alive. Crown every weight of the stars, I still survive. Pave my own lane, watch me thrive. Living legend. Roses while I'm alive. Blueprints in my veins, architect of ambition. History books can't hold me, I'm past definition. Skyscraper mindset, foundation on resilience. Still stairs to heaven, no shortcuts to brilliance. Silhouettes of doubters cast long in my rear view. Time is the currency, spend it on what's true. Drip, make you let go, veins in my aura. Eternal like the North Star, Toronto's Pandora. Living legend. Give me my roses while I'm alive. Crown heavy weight of the stars, I still survive. Pave my own lane, watch me thrive. Living legend. Roses while I'm alive.
Big bang ain't a big thing. Quiet, it was silent. Then a ripple broke the frame. The quantum wave collapsed in flame. And out of dust we called your name. Caper rising, gold trim sharp. Melanin suitor, modal and art. The Cameron perform under stars. The Beatles. Chill out.
Doctor with a scalpel, no soap in his hands. Cutting through a chest like the rivers through sand. DNA a riddle, they scribble, no plan. Nutrition on the table, now they feeding us scams. Melon in the light, they ain't study the glow. Bloodlines drawn crooked, they just follow the dough. Crab cycle skip, just a prophet to show. America the patient, but the system the foe. Before the code broke, before the world knew. Singles pay the price, that's how they grew. Doctors in the dark, didn't have a clue. Now the sick ones pay, while the rich just chew. Tuition high, knowledge low, playing roulette. Spin the wheel of life, patience drowning in debt. Water dirty monsters for what they don't get. They so the cure, let the sickest be set. DNA double healing, twisted like the truth. Creeping cycle in the dust, self fossil of the youth. Melanin the mystery, ignored in the booth. They preach health, but the roots lack proof. Before the code broke, before the world knew, sick ones pay the price. That's how they grew. Backers in the dark, didn't have a clue. Now the sick ones pay, while the rich just chew.
Yeah. 158, where the wizards born. Dr. Inky with the scrolls, early crack of dawn. Holistic healer streets, whisper his name. Bronx Pharaoh, black boy, chalk in the game. Israel ain't a place, it's the name of the light. Shadow rock, walking flames through the night. Sarah wore the crown, royal blood through the veins. Comedic threads stitched in a heavenly chain. I am his honey. Spirit is breath. Christ is in your heart. Truth will manifest. I am his honey. Spirit is breath. Christ is in your heart. Truth will manifest. Bronze pyramids, corner stores, hold the scrolls. Inky crack the code, watch the matrix fall. Bible from Kemet, chapters written in stone. Pharaohs in a block, claiming seats on the throne. Healing through the earth, mint and moringa. Truths in the tinctures, break chains from the linger. Teach the streets, let the energy align. Bronze prophet with the blueprint, timeless design. I am his honey. Spirit is breath. Christ is in your heart. The truth will manifest. I am his honey. Yeah. Big bang, ain't a big thing. Whispers loud in the quiet saying. Pepper rose from the quantum suit. Gold trim sharp, melanin. On 1538th, where the shadows dance.
Don't talk, C-Long. Don't talk more though.
Victorian vibes, man scribbling the scrolls. Be long as the shadow theory taking the toll. Said the fittest survival, where's the engine inside? Talking about change, no mechanic to drive. Finches on islands, wingspan spread wide. But jeans stay silent, his toolbox dry. Couldn't splice the code, just stared at the mold. Truth half told, left science in the code. Darwin's doubt his theory incomplete. No code to crack, no heart to the beat. Survival's a riddle, nature's unkind. He left the world blind, no blueprint to find. Tried to piece the puzzle with fossils and bones, but the genome unknown left his work alone. Evolution in motion, but no gas in the tank. Ideas ran deep, but his method just sank. Natural selection, a king with no crown. Mutation, a ghost he couldn't pin down. The bump by the void where answers should sit. Time's clock ticked and he couldn't finish it. Oh, the ship sailed far, but the mast was cracked.
flow through the sands of the mind, pushing time like a weight undefined. The scarab whispers truth in disguise. Order breaks, chaos climbs, stars align.
The electric wire buzz like a heartbeat. In the Wi-Fi we were more than a dream. Made a live stream viral, caught in the stream. A pulse and met, no delay, no in between. No resistance, the circuit is tight. Current flows, we glow in the night. Together and made a flame. I called her name and she came. God winked his eye at me and nodded his head. Let it be. She's electric or magnetic, we collide. A static touch, it shocks me life. Charged like
Black hole met the magnetar, cosmos shifted, universal laws twisted, gravity enlisted. She a force I couldn't fight, pull me infinite, light bent, time skip, caught in her orbit.
Event horizon where her lips kiss my skin. She whispered dark matter, pulled me in. Atoms collided, left the void trembling. Her touch of singularity left my world spinning. No escape velocity, I'm stuck in her pull. Her gravity heavy, my soul feels full.
Plants hydrate carbon, we dehydrate carbon. Circles in a cycle, life's a spinning garden. Chlorophyll to heme, green turns to red streams. Breath of the cosmos, stitched in young star dreams. Molecules in motion, a rhythm not random.
Yeah. Yeah. Plants hydrate carbon, we dehydrate carbon.
Plants hydrate carbon, we dehydrate carbon. Circles in a cycle, life's a spinning garden. Chlorophyll to heme, green turns to red streams. Breath of the cosmos, stitched in young star dreams. Molecules in motion, a rhythm not random. Sharing carbon's love, a bond we can't abandon. Inhale the ancient, exhale the now. Cosmic dust lungs, we the universe's vow. Chlorophyll to hints, a young star's dream. A 5 billion skin, intelligent design. From the soil to the sky, the unseen spine. It's all up from above and then out. Breathe. Photos in the sit, the alchemy of light. We borrow every moment, day turns into night. Hemoglobin whispers, oxygen's walls. Planets spin in tandem, no one's at fault. Energies exchanging, silent conversation. Breath for breath, it's cosmic collaboration. Leaves the lungs.
Ooh. Krebs cycle twist, split the atom, it'll double. Fuel for the flame, mitochondria bubble. Electron chain, energy shuffle. Dark turns to light through the quantum tunnel. Engine maps drawn in the DNA script. Blueprints of a star, let the molecules shift. Photosynthesis, a solar eclipse. Life's alchemy, built brick by brick. Chlorophyll to heme, it's a young star's dream. A 5 billion year scheme, written in the bloodstream. The melanin team, shining supreme. Turning sunlight to a radiant beam. Nucleotides dance in a spiral so clean. Helix like a staircase to the unseen. Carbon's the king in this molecular scene. Crowned in the chaos where the cosmos convene. Membrane, symphony, cells in rotation. ATP sparking like a new creation. Gravity's grip the universe in relation. Order from disorder, cosmic foundation. Protons collide, they ignite the flame. Life's just a reaction in a chemical game. Ooh.
Plants hydrate carbon, roots in the dirt. We dehydrate carbon, chasing the work. Sharing carbon, deeper than the purse. Photosynthesis, the planet's first verse. Chlorophyll whispers in the greenness. You turn it to heme, the blood runs through. From the sun to the lungs with a cyclic view. A 5 billion year plot, now the dreams renew. Breathe deep, exhale to strike. Carbon trace, that's the rhythm of life. Chlorophyll to heme, it's a young star's dream. A 5 billion year scheme, intelligent design. Plants hydrate carbon, we dehydrate carbon. Circles in the cycle, life's a spinning garden. Chlorophyll to heme, green turns to red streams. Breath of the cosmos stitched in young star dreams. Molecules in motion, a rhythm not random. Sharing carbon's love, a bond we can't abandon. Inhale the ancient, exhale the now. Cosmic dust lungs, we the universe's vow. Chlorophyll to heme, it's a young star's dream. A 5 billion year scheme, intelligent design. From the soil to the sky, the unseen spine. Saw love from above and then out. Breathe, breathe. Photosynthesis, the alchemy of light. We borrow every moment, day turns into night. Hemoglobin whispers, oxygen's walls. Planets spin in tandem, no one's at fault.
Krebs cycle spins like a carousel ride. Split the particle couple where the secrets hide. Mitochondria humming in a cosmic tide. Acquire evolution where the laws collide. Electrons dance a universe in motion. Quantum whispers through the endless ocean. Chlorophyll to heme is a young star's dream. A 5 billion year scheme. Crab cycle spins like a carousel ride. Split the particle couple where the secrets hide.
I'm a circle, I'm a line, I'm a rhythm in time, the beat in my chest, it's a number divine. Fire in my veins, spirals in my bones, a map of creation written in my tone. We're living mad, can't you see? Numbers dancing in you and me, from the roofs to the skies above. Proof of a maker, a design of love. Design of love.
Crab cycle spinning, alchemy in motion. Split the particle couple, birth of the ocean. Mitochondria bubble, the furnace ignites. Electron chain hustle, sparks in the night. Quantum tunnel visions, light bends and folds. Darkness whispers secrets, universe unfolds. A nucleus whispers its ancient code. Blueprints of creation, the cosmos arose. Light flips from carbon, atoms align. The infinite dance on borrowed time. Chlorophyll to heat, it's a young star's dream. A 5 billion year scheme, the melanin team. Chlorophyll to heat, cosmic river stream. The sun's silent scream, the melanin team. Protons in a riot, fusion gets loud. Neutrons stay quiet, heavy is the crown. Hydrogen kings, helium queens. Birth of the galaxy, stardust dreams. Photosynthesis, symphony, emerald tide. Light capture, refracted, evolution's pride. Coded in spirals, the helix divine. History's written in the black of your
Magnetic pull in the midnight air. Electrons spinning like they just don't care. Linear waves through the cosmic tide. I'm on the edge, let the plasma collide. Mission control said I'm out too far. Casting my line past the nearest star. Orbit spinning, the moon moves my stage. Fishing for fate in a planetary cage. On the moon, plasma fishing, cosmic bait, planetary wish. Mercury current base, yeah, it's my tradition. Through the cellular to shape, cosmic rendition. On the moon, plasma fishing, cosmic bait, planetary wish. Mercury current base, yeah, it's my tradition. Through the cellular to shape, cosmic rendition. The stars hung low in a secret tomb. Baseline drops on a silver moon. Catch me drifting, I'm a comet twin. Gravity's pull, but I'll never give in. Neutrino streams through my atmosphere, pulling me close, but I disappear. Quantum ties let the rhythm break. I'm a particle wave through the cellular shade.
pain temporary, the grind eternal. Gotta want success like air in the inferno. Underwater struggle, lungs getting tight. If you don't breathe deep, you'll fade in the night. Hunger harder than a fist in the ribs. Dreams on the line like I'm chasing a bridge. Stomach growling, soundtrack to the plot. Every missed meal, just fuel for the shot. Cracks in the pavement, my roots still sprouting. Life throwing hooks, but I'm ducking and bouncing. They say wealth is health, but I'm grinding for both. Sweat on my brow, let my spirit alone. No shortcuts, just the stairs to the sky. Temporary, the ground eternal. Gotta want success like air in the inferno. Underwater struggle.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in the skies. The scare rap spins true where the cosmos collide in it.
Rolling weight, ancient script in the grind. Scabs push knowledge, compressing the time. Dung ball, data, all energy divine. Never gone, only twisted, reshaped in the line. Chaos feeds the flame, stars birthed in the clash. Evolution, disorder flips, gold from the ash. Law of the third, zero pulls us to still. Perfect symmetry, pre-times black will. The Beatles, they roll and they roll. The Beatles, they carry the whole. The Beatles, they dance in the sand. The Beatles are cold in their hands. Waves crash heavy, but particles.
Oh no. Rolling slow through the sands of the mind, pushing time like a wave undefined. The scarab whispers truth in disguise. Or the
Yo, kept a crowd out of criminal, eternal crawling for the venue.
Hey, from the Bronx to the stars, he rises tall, teaching sales how to fight, how to stand, how to brawl. NRF2 got the system on lock. The fence is so tight like a vault with no clock. Cerebral waves twisting, the ventricles deep. Third eye spinning where the soul does leap. Holistic magic flows from his pen. Dr. Inky, the teacher, the best has been. He's the GOAT. He's number one. The best ever. He's a GOAT. He's number one. The best ever.
Spinal fluid spirals like a galaxy inside. Regulates the rhythm, keeps the soul in stride. From 158th to the world he preaches. Dropping knowledge like beats his wisdom teaches. Lungs breathe truth cells like the fire. Every word he speaks lifts you higher and higher. Alchemy in motion, he's the healer of men. Dr. Inky's the answer again and again. He's the goal. He's number one. The best ever.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric. Your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my puzzle. No tricks, no slide, no placebo. When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so right. Every glance is a solar flare. I'm floating, but you're right there. Your aura's electric. Your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.